Chapter 1749. Song Qingshu was startled and instinctively nodded. That is indeed the case. Then, for some reason, he added, and it can make you completely forget what happened before. Qin Hongmian's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why her face felt hot. She hurriedly said, "Don't aim your eyes at me." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Madam is worrying too much. You are younger sister Wan's mother. Why would I offend Madam?" Although he said this, he couldn't help but start imagining some scenes in his mind. His heart involuntarily sped up. He hurriedly suppressed his wicked thoughts and silently chanted Amitabha. The two of them sank into an awkward silence. After a while, Qin Hongmian suddenly said, "I don't feel well. I want to take a bath." She regretted it as soon as she spoke. In reality, she only wanted to find a topic to break the awkwardness in the room, but she didn't know what to say. In addition, after being drugged, her entire body was sticky and uncomfortable. All she could think about was taking a bath. Thus, she unconsciously said this. Song Qingshu was startled. He clearly felt that these words were a bit sudden. Just as he was thinking about how to respond, she quickly waved her hand and said, "I was just saying it casually. How can you take a bath in this situation?" If it were any other time, she could just call a servant to prepare water and bring it over. But now that the emperor was unconscious, how could she dare to call someone in? Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Madam, don't worry. There is a way to take a bath." Qin Hongmian felt that it was inappropriate to discuss this with him, but the feeling of her wet clothes sticking to her skin was too uncomfortable. "When I was scouting the surroundings, I found a pool on the mountain behind Jiatan Temple. That place is usually very remote. Now that it's the middle of the night, no one will go there. Madam can rest assured and freshen up there," Song Qingshu explained. "But there are definitely many of Li Yuanhao's personal guards in the surroundings. If you go out now, won't they discover that something has happened here?" Qin Hongmian was a bit tempted, but reason still told her that this was too risky. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Don't worry, madam. Although Li Yuanhao's guards are experts, they are nothing in my eyes. How hard would it be to hide from them?" Only now did Qin Hongmian recall the reputation of this person in the Jianghu. However, she still blushed and said, "But it's very difficult for me to leave silently with my martial arts." Although she had the nickname of Azura Blade, she was at most a third-rate master in Jianghu. She might not even be able to handle one of Li Yuanhao's guards. Song Qingshu smiled. "I'll take you out. Madam, please pack your clothes first." Qin Hongmian opened her mouth and instinctively wanted to refuse, but in the end, she couldn't overcome the discomfort in her body. In the end, she nodded imperceptibly and went inside to pack her clothes. Not long after, she came out with a small cloth bag. Glancing at Li Yuanhao on the ground, Qin Hongmian had a conflicted expression. "What about him?" Song Qingshu answered, "Don't worry, madam. He has been hit by my unique acupoint sealing technique. Unless I undo it for him, he won't wake up. As for his subordinates, they won't be so insensible as to come and disturb his elegant mood." Hearing the word elegant mood, Qin Hongmian looked at him reproachfully. She clearly understood what he was referring to. If Song Qingshu hadn't appeared earlier, Li Yuanhao's elegant mood would probably be very high right now. "That's right, do you also know solitary young finger?" Qin Hongmian asked in order to conceal the awkwardness in her heart. "That's right." Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that although her martial arts weren't that great, her eyesight was pretty good. "How did Madam see through it?" "When you healed me just now." Qin Hongmian suddenly paused and her voice instantly became softer. That feeling was very familiar. Seeing her suddenly reveal a coquettish posture, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. That bastard Duan Zhengchun really used solitary young finger in the bedroom. Qin Hongmian was obviously also very embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "Let's go." Song Qingshu nodded. He opened the window a sliver and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Perhaps it was because Li Yuanhao had ordered his subordinates to stay away, so the surrounding security wasn't very tight. It was very easy to find an opportunity to leave. "Madam, later I want to fly out with you in my arms." Song Qingshu called Qin Hongmian over to his side and looked at her inquiringly. Qin Hongmian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Normally, she naturally wouldn't allow a man to come close to her, but the other had just helped her dispel the poison of love. There was already skin contact, and when she thought about the other's relationship with her, she finally nodded. After obtaining permission, Song Qingshu gently held her waist. Her hands were full and soft, completely different from a young girl's slender and supple waist. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on preventing the guards outside from discovering them, so he didn't have any other thoughts. However, this made things difficult for Qin Hongmian. Being held by the man's strong arms, she seemed to be able to feel his masculine and hot aura. She seemed to feel that her body was becoming more and more sticky. Being carried out of the window by the other, Qin Hongmian was just about to remind him that the open window would easily be discovered by the people outside. In the end, before she could say anything, the man beside her casually waved his hand and the window was gently pushed closed. Qin Hongmian's mouth was wide open, and she couldn't say anything for a long time. She really admired his skill to the point of prostrating herself before him, especially when he brought her out of the Jie Tan Temple's perimeter with a few leaps. It made her feel as if she was riding on the clouds. So it turns out that practicing Qigong to the peak is actually so magical. Qin Hongmian still hadn't come back to her senses when she realized that she had already stopped in front of a clear pool of water. Not far from the pool was a small waterfall flowing down. It was obvious that the impact of this small waterfall had formed this pool of water. "We're already here." Song Qingshu let go of her and naturally retreated to the side. "I'll keep watch outside." "Madam, hurry up." Qin Hongmian opened her mouth. This was a man and a woman alone in the wilderness. She thought to herself, what if you peek? However, she didn't say this out loud. Because after this period of interaction, she believed that the other wouldn't do such a despicable thing. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Qin Hongmian bowed slightly and hid behind a large rock. She rustled as she began to change her clothes. At the same time, she felt strange in her heart. In a sense, the other party was clearly her junior, but why was it that every time she saw him, it was difficult for her to calm down? Instead, she often felt helpless? Could it be that he was only a few years younger than her, so compared to a junior, he was more like a peer of the same age? As the object of Qin Hongmian's current dilemma, not only did Song Qingshu turn his back to her, but he also kept a distance of several dozen feet away. He even deliberately shut off a portion of his spiritual sense. Otherwise, with his current martial arts skills, he would be able to clearly hear Qin Hongmian's every move. Even if he couldn't see it, he would be able to completely outline it in his mind. Although he didn't think of himself as a gentleman, he believed that he still had a bottom line. Although he would sometimes have some fantasies in his mind, that was only determined by a man's genes. It didn't mean that he would put it into action. As the saying went, saints didn't talk about their hearts, and no one was perfect when it came to their hearts. Actually, Song Qingshu was also a little depressed. He had clearly come to have a tryst with Mu Wanqing today, but in the end, he ended up in such a situation. He could see, but he couldn't. It was really a pain in the ass. While he was complaining, his heart suddenly moved. He turned around and grabbed something. When he opened his hand to take a look, he discovered that it was a small stone. He was stunned. He had originally thought that someone had planned to sneak attack him, but this stone didn't contain much strength at all. It really didn't seem like it was used for a sneak attack. Qingshu, at this moment, a suppressed voice came from not far away. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qin Hongmian waving at him in the water. What's going on? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. At this moment, the other party only had her head above the water surface, but it was obvious that she wasn't wearing any clothes underwater. Why was she calling him over at this time? Could it be some drama where Pan Jinlian called uncle to drink this cup of tea? The thought flashed in his mind, and Song Qingshu immediately denied this guess. After all, Qin Hongmian's temperament didn't seem like that kind of woman. While he was in a dilemma, the other party saw that he didn't move at all. She immediately became anxious and threw another stone over. Although her martial arts weren't great, Mu Wanqing's poison sleeve dart was taught by her. Therefore, her hidden weapon skills were superior, and her accuracy in throwing stones was unquestionable. After throwing the stone, she continued to wave at him, and at the same time made a shushing gesture. Feeling her anxiety, Song Qingshu realized that he might have been thinking wrongly. It was most likely that something had happened to her, so he hurriedly used his qinggong to go over. Because of her reminder, he had also deliberately concealed his tracks at this distance of more than 100 feet. "What happened, madam?" Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. Shu Qin Hongmian pointed above. "There's someone there." Song Qingshu looked in the direction of her finger, and saw that there were actually two figures above the waterfall. They clearly hadn't been there just now. They suddenly appeared above. "I don't know who they are, so I don't dare to act blindly without thinking." Qin Hongmian was a little anxious. At such a distance, she couldn't clearly see whether the other party was a man or a woman. If it was a man, wouldn't her reputation be ruined if they saw her? In addition, she had another worry. If the other party was Li Yuanhao's imperial bodyguard, then it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, she didn't dare to make any big movements, for fear of attracting the attention of the people above. Chapter 1750. He had interacted with Ding Chuanxiu in Yunnan's 5 Poison sect before. Later on, Ding Chuanxiu had hired him as a guest of the Stickler department, and he was Zi's master. Constellation Immortal Ding Chuanxiu. Song Qingshu hadn't seen him for a long time. He didn't expect to see him in Western Xia. But then again, it made sense. The Sea of Constellations was in the west, and he had seen Ding Chuanxiu with Duan Yanqing at 5 Poison sect. He seemed to have heard that Ding Chuanxiu had joined Class 1 Hall. Just who is this woman? Song Qingshu looked at the woman's graceful figure and really couldn't remember who this person was. What surprised him even more was that Ding Chuanxiu's attitude in front of her seemed to be somewhat reserved, as if she was extremely respectful. Because he and Qin Hongmian were at the pool below the waterfall, the mist and the surrounding plants made it difficult for them to be discovered. Ding Chuanxiu and Ding Chuanxiu stood at a higher place and were more conspicuous. In the end, they were seen by Qin Hongmian, who had a lower level of martial arts. "They're coming down." Qin Hongmian covered her mouth and gasped. It turned out that the two figures were flying down from the waterfall. Even though the waterfall wasn't very high, it was clear that their lightness skills were high to be able to fly down with such ease. "Let's hide for a while." If it was just Song Qingshu alone, there was no need to hide. However, there was still Qin Hongmian in the water without any clothes on. If they really clashed later, it was hard to guarantee that Ding Chuanxiu wouldn't see something he shouldn't. And if the other party spread the news of them being together, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't become a huge scandal. After all, the ability of people to add fuel to the fire and spread gossip was equally exaggerated, regardless of whether it was ancient or modern people. Fortunately, Qin Hongmian had chosen to bathe behind a large rock in order to hide. With this rock as a cover, they wouldn't be discovered by the two coming down. Song Qingshu hid behind the rock, while Qin Hongmian sank into the water, only her head above the surface. The two of them were only 1 or 2 meters apart. "Just don't make a sound. I've used my true energy to isolate our auras. They won't be able to discover us." Song Qingshu turned around to comfort Qin Hongmian. In the end, he almost had a nosebleed. Although the water in the pool was very clear and wouldn't be seen in the dark, Song Qingshu's eyesight was very powerful. As long as there was a glimmer of light, he could see things in the dark as if it was daytime. At this moment, Qin Hongmian instinctively covered her chest with her hands, but all she could see was snow white. How could her arms block it? Song Qingshu hurriedly averted his gaze and once again chanted the heart-cleansing kindness mantra in his heart. Sensing his unusual movements, Qin Hongmian turned her head with a puzzled expression. However, she didn't have good eyesight and couldn't see his current expression clearly. "Is that medicine of yours really effective?" Suddenly, a woman's voice came from not far away. Her voice was very gentle and sweet. Song Qingshu was taken aback and stretched out his head to look in that direction. He saw that the woman was dressed entirely in white, but unfortunately her face was covered by an opaque white silk, so he could not see her face clearly. Even so, the exposed features were very beautiful, and her figure was slender and graceful. Under the mountain breeze, her skirt fluttered and she really looked like a fairy. Whether it's her voice or her figure, this woman doesn't look very old. But why is her cultivation so profound? Song Qingshu counted the women he knew. Other than the young girl Qing, who was like a sword immortal, the only other person who could reach this level of cultivation at such a young age was probably Dongfang Mushui. Who was this woman in front of him? How could she cultivate her martial arts to such a level? Hee, Ding Chuanxiu chuckled. The yin-yang harmony powder can turn a virgin into a slut. How could it be ineffective? Song Qingshu was startled. From what they were saying, it seemed that the poison Qin Hongmian was poisoned with was provided by the poison grandmaster, Ding Chuanxiu. No wonder it was so overbearing. Wait, why did the name yin-yang harmony powder sound so familiar? Song Qingshu finally remembered. Back then, Mu Wanqing seemed to have also been poisoned with this kind of poison. He didn't expect that it would be Qin Hongmian's turn this time. This mother and daughter pair really had a troubled life. He subconsciously glanced at the woman beside him and discovered that her phoenix-like eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, she had also understood. He hurriedly transmitted his voice over. "Madam, please don't be impatient. Let's listen to what's going on first before we decide." What kind of joke was this? Either of the two people outside could take care of Qin Hongmian with a single finger. Would she be sending herself to her death if she went out? Hearing his words, Qin Hongmian nodded helplessly. "I've secretly observed that Qin Hongmian once. Although she's a little hot-tempered, it can't be denied that she's a stunning beauty. Li Yuanhao has gotten lucky tonight," the veiled woman said with a faint smile. Ding Chuanxiu waved the carefree fan in his hand and smiled flatteringly. "In front of you, who would dare to be called a stunning beauty?" The veiled woman snorted. "Your flattery skills aren't very good. I still have self-awareness. Although I wasn't afraid when I was young, now. Since ancient times, beauties are like famous generals. They're not allowed to see the world until their hair turns white." Ding Chuanxiu hurriedly said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street. Let's see who doesn't say that you're only 17 or 18 years old." The veiled woman laughed and scolded him. "It's the middle of the night. There's no one on the street. You sure know how to play tricks, you old thing." At that moment, Song Qingshu was in a state of confusion in the wind. Based on what she said, the woman was actually very old, and she wasn't just an ordinary old woman. He had thought that she was a young girl just now. It was really difficult to judge the age of a woman in a martial arts world. Song Qingshu could not help but remember a novel he had read before. Empress Yin Zhuyan of Yin Weed faction was clearly an old woman in her 80s, but she looked like a sister to Bayan. She was just a young girl in her teens or 20s. Oh my God! Even if it's a martial arts world, we can't ignore science. Song Qingshu was a person who came from a mature scientific system in the future. It was very difficult for him to understand this phenomenon that was against science. However, When he thought about the qi in this world, and the martial arts that allowed people to fly in the sky and travel underground, he felt that it was very difficult to explain using science, and he felt slightly at ease. Right now, he was even more curious about the veiled woman's identity. Based on the various information he gathered from their conversation, this woman's identity was obvious. She was one of the 3 legends of Xiaoyao faction, goddess Li Qiushui. When he thought about how she was Li Qingluo's mother and could be considered his mother-in-law to a certain extent, Song Qingshu wondered if he should go out and greet her. However, he could predict that it would most likely cause a fight. After all, Li Qingluo's true identity was Madame Wang, not Lady Song. What's going on with me recently? Why do I keep running into these mothers-in-law? Glancing at Qin Hongmian beside him, Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. Should he go to the streets to have his fortune read and change his luck? That Li Yuanhao doesn't have long to live, right? Ding Chuanxiu, who was not far away, suddenly chuckled. When that time comes, the throne will fall into Qian Shun's hands. As soon as these words came out, the 2 people hiding in the dark were shocked. They did not expect to accidentally hear such a big conspiracy. Could it be that these 2 people wanted to kill the king? He's old and feels that his energy is not as good as before. Seeing that I've been the same for decades, he specifically asked me for advice on the art of eternal youth. Li Qiushui's tone had an additional hint of sarcasm. Ding Chuanxiu sneered. There's no such thing as an art of eternal youth. It's just because one's martial arts has reached a certain level. That's not necessarily true. Li Qiushui chuckled. The martial arts that your martial uncle has learned are the genuine divine arts of eternal youth. Ding Chuanxiu smiled sheepishly. She has cultivated to the appearance of a demon that will never grow up. How can she compare to you? Song Qingshu secretly curled his lip. You people will never know how powerful the attraction of a legal lowly is to the gentlemen of the later generations. Hearing the other ridicule his lifelong enemy, Li Qiushui was also quite happy. After chuckling for a while, he then changed the topic. Li Yuanhao is the ruler of a country after all. Since he came to my door, I couldn't refuse him. So I casually taught him a set of martial arts. He treated it like a treasure, but he didn't know it was just a brilliant bedroom technique. Ding Chuanxiu also echoed. During this period of time, he showed off his masculinity in bed. He felt as if he had returned to his youth. He thought that it was because he had succeeded in his martial arts, but he didn't know that it was burning up what little energy he had left. This is the only way he can completely separate himself from me. When Qian Shun inherits the throne, no one will be able to find any excuses, Li Qiushui continued. But I don't have that much patience to wait, so I found someone to indirectly remind him of the beautiful widow of the Mu family. Qin Hongmian is naturally seductive, and coupled with the yin-yang harmony powder, I'm afraid that this night will take almost half of his life. Hearing that everything was planned by her behind the scenes, Qin Hongmian couldn't help but tremble with anger. On the side, Song Qingshu hurriedly transmitted his voice to pacify her. Otherwise, she might really throw caution to the wind. That Li Yuanhao really has good luck with women. There was some envy in Ding Chuanxiu's tone. After this period of time, when that woman has completed her mission, she will follow you. But before that, you are not allowed to touch her. Li Qiushui coldly warned. Ding Chuanxiu's heart trembled. Although he had a relationship with this woman, he knew how vicious a person she was. If he provoked her, she would definitely not care about these old feelings. He hurriedly said, "Of course. I'm still a little worried about that medicine of yours. Let's go see how effective it is before deciding on the next plan." Finishing, Li Qiushui's figure flashed and flew towards Jietan Temple at the foot of the mountain. Ding Chuanxiu hurriedly followed behind. Even though there were Li Yuanhao's personal guards guarding the perimeter of Jietan Temple, it was far from the defensive line of the imperial palace. In the eyes of experts like them, it was naturally useless. After waiting for their figures to disappear, Song Qinshu hurriedly said, "Oh no, if we let them sneak into Jietan Temple, they will immediately discover Li Yuanhao's situation. If that happens, things will get out of hand." Qin Hongmian was also a little anxious. After all, there were her clansmen and her daughter in Jietan Temple. If the matter was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "We'll go down immediately." Qin Hongmian subconsciously wanted to stand up but immediately realized that it was inappropriate. She hurriedly shrunk back into the water, embarrassed and angry. "Quickly move away, I want to put on my clothes." Chapter 1751. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly grabbed Qin Hongmian out of the water. Then, he used his other hand to grab the clothes on the side of the big rock and quickly wrapped them around her body. Unfortunately, clothes were neither bath towels nor blanket. How could they cover her body in such a short time? Song Qinshu felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly restrained his mind. "Ah!" Qin Hongmian exclaimed. Her face flushed and she desperately tried to struggle. But she immediately realized that the clothes couldn't cover her body. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. "What are you doing?" Song Qinshu tiptoed and rushed down the mountain. He said in a low voice, "Now Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanqiu are going down to see Li Yuanhao. You know Li Yuanhao's current state. If they see you, it will be a big problem. Moreover, this place is not far from Jietan Temple. With their lightness skill, they will arrive soon. If they wait for you to put on your clothes, it will be too late." This was also the reason why he had to make a prompt decision. If the distance was far enough, he could barely catch up with his lightness skill. Unfortunately, the distance was too close, and Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanqiu's martial arts were too high. He was not a god, so how could he delay for so long? Of course, the reason why he did this was largely because he came from the future. In his view, Qin Hongmian's current state was no different from those bikinis on the beach in the future. Moreover, those bikinis in the future were obviously more exposed. Although he knew it was a little inappropriate, he instinctively thought it was not a big problem. Even after listening to his explanation, Qin Hongmian still couldn't feel relieved. She said angrily, "If you want to stop them, you can go by yourself. Why do you have to bring me along?" Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "If you are not there, Li Qiushui and the others will definitely know something is wrong. In that case, both the Mu family and the Qin family will be in great danger." Hearing this, Qin Hongmian opened her mouth but didn't refute anything in the end. Although she was hot-tempered, she still cared about her daughter and her family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married into the Mu family of Xixia because of the pressure from her family. Song Qinshu was secretly apologetic. In fact, he had some selfish motives for doing this. He hoped to let Li Yuanhao and Li Qiushui fight it out, and see if he could be the fisherman to profit. Seeing that the other party had stopped talking, Song Qinshu flew all the way back. It must be known that Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanqiu were both lightness skill experts, so they had to return to their rooms before them. Moreover, they also needed time to make preparations beforehand, so they really could not afford to waste any time. This made things difficult for Qin Hongmian. Because the speed was too fast, the clothes covering her body were almost blown away by the strong wind several times. She had no choice but to desperately pull at the clothes on her body. However, the more she did this, the more she was exposed. If she didn't see that Song Qinshu was concentrating on the front and not looking at her, she would have already jumped up and risked her life. In order to reduce her exposure as much as possible, she could only helplessly press her body tightly against the other's chest. However, this way she could even faintly feel the other's heartbeat. This really made her both embarrassed and angry. She thought that after tonight she would definitely break up this marriage. This bastard was too outrageous, who knew how much injustice her daughter would suffer if she followed him. Suddenly, her entire body started to tremble involuntarily. It turned out that she had just gotten out of the water, so her entire body was still wet. being blown by the cold night wind, she instantly felt a bone-piercing chill attack her. Just as she was feeling uncomfortable, a warm current suddenly came from her back, quickly circulating through her limbs and bones. It was comfortably warm and extremely comfortable. She was slightly startled, then understood that this was Song Qinshu using his inner energy to help her expel the cold. Seeing that he was clearly rushing back with all his might, yet still being so attentive and considerate, Qin Hongmian's heart softened for a moment. Her thoughts of breaking up him and Mu Wanqin couldn't help but fade a little. In truth, even though she had a fiery temper on the surface, she was far from being a ruthless and decisive person. She was far from being able to compare to Li Qiushui, who had a soft voice and a gentle and quiet appearance. In fact, she could not even compare to her junior sister, Gan Baobao, who had a gentle and virtuous appearance. It had to be known that Qin Hongmian had wanted to go to Mantua Villa multiple times to kill Li Qingluo because Gan Baobao had instigated trouble between them. She had tried to make both of them suffer great injuries, but she had been kept in the dark and did not know about it. She was completely the kind of person who would foolishly help someone else earn money. Song Qingshu's lightness skill was very good right now. When he used his full strength, even if Li Qiushui and the others set off first, he would still take another route to return to his room. However, since the distance from the mountain down was too short, he did not have enough time to catch up. Hence, right after the two of them arrived, Li Qiushui arrived right after them. In a hurry, Song Qingshu quickly kicked the unconscious Li Yuanhao to the bottom of the bed. Then, he flipped over and rolled onto the bed with Qin Hongmian. He instantly pulled the blanket over both of their bodies. "You!" When Happy laid on top of her at such a close distance, Qin Hongmian felt a strange masculine pressure pressing down on her, and she could not help but turn pale. At that moment, Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanqiu stood outside the window and looked into the room through the crack. Since the curtains and blanket were blocked, they could not see the situation on the bed clearly. Li Qiushui glared at Ding Chuanqiu, who was beside him, and said in slight puzzlement, "Huh? Is there something wrong with your medicine? Why is the room so quiet?" Ding Chuanqiu also looked puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. After taking that medicine, they won't stop until they torment themselves for an entire night. Even though both of them had intentionally lowered their voices, it was impossible for them to escape Song Qingshu's ears. A thought appeared in his head, and he quickly said to Qin Hongmian, "Madam, hurry up and make some noise." Qin Hongmian looked dumbfounded, and she instinctively asked, "What noise?" "It's that noise." Song Qingshu quickly whispered a few words into her ear. Qin Hongmian's face instantly flushed red, and she glared at him furiously. "Bastard!" Song Qingshu hastily explained the situation outside, and only then did Qin Hongmian's anger subside a little. However, it was really impossible for her to imitate that kind of noise. "Madam, sorry for the offense." Sensing that Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanqiu were going to come in to investigate, Song Qingshu did not care about anything else, and directly used the solitary yang finger to poke a few of the major acupuncture points on her body. Qin Hongmian's heart skipped a beat due to the sudden sensation, and she instinctively cried out in alarm. Those acupuncture points were very sensitive, and even if an ordinary person touched them, they would feel numb and unbearable. Not to mention that the other party had used such a brilliant technique like the solitary yang finger to seal those acupuncture points. The other party's finger seemed to have some sort of magical power, and wisps of spiritual energy flowed into her meridians, continuously traveling through her body. A warm current directly surged up her throat, and the voice she let out was both sweet and charming, scaring even herself. Li Qiushui, who was outside the window, stopped in his tracks, and revealed an expression that was not a smile. "So it was a truce just now. Looks like a new round of fighting has begun." Song Qingshu's finger poked the acupuncture points on her body, and waves of true energy continuously flowed in. Qin Hongmian felt that this was too embarrassing, and she instinctively clenched her teeth to endure it. Unfortunately, the more she endured, the more intense the feeling in her body became. It was as if there were thousands of ants crawling on her, and it was also like a cat's furry tail that continuously tugged at her heartstrings. In the end, she still could not endure it, and a series of shameful sounds came out of her mouth. Ding Chuanxiu, who was outside the window, listened until his mouth was dry. Tsk, this woman is really an enchantress. That bastard Li Yuanhao really got off easy. Li Qiushui chuckled lightly. The body of a 28-year-old beauty is limp, and the sword at the waist beheads the foolish man. In the light, the head does not fall, but in the dark, the monarch's bone marrow dries up. This sound is clearly Li Yuanhao's death-hastening talisman. I don't know what you're so envious about. Ding Chuanxiu laughed mischievously. That's because Li Yuanhao himself is almost at the end of his rope. My skills are profound, so I should be able to subdue this enchantress. Li Qiushui's expression suddenly turned cold. I don't care about anything else, but before the dust settles on Li Yuanhao's body, you are not allowed to touch her. Otherwise, if you ruin my plans, don't blame me for not considering our past relationship. Of course. Ding Chuanxiu felt an icy chill, and the charming thoughts in her heart had long disappeared. In the room, Song Qingshu secretly wiped his sweat. It seemed that he had passed this stage. Actually, in order to imitate it, he had even planned to use joyful true energy. If that was the case, Qin Hongmian's state would definitely be able to fool anyone. But in the end, he still stopped at the brink of a precipice. After all, when he thought about the state of his close female friends when they were affected by joyful true energy, he really played with fire and burned himself if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, he still had the trump card, solitary young finger. If he pressed the right acupuncture point, coupled with his profound inner force, he could barely pass the stage. Li Qiushui listened for a while outside before smiling. This medicine of yours is really overbearing. It seems that I was worrying too much. Let's go, I don't have the time to eavesdrop here. I don't want to be reminded of the past and add to my sadness. Ding Chuanxiu laughed awkwardly. Are you thinking of Master again? Li Qiushui's red phoenix eyes glanced at him with a faint smile. You still have the nerve to call him Master? That year, it was indeed Master who wronged you first. Ding Chuanxiu hurriedly explained. Li Qiushui snorted. All right, I don't want to talk about the past. After saying that, she used the water-treading subtle step. Her whole body turned into a white shadow and disappeared into the night. Ding Chuanxiu greedily looked into the room, then hurriedly used her qinggong to chase after her. After confirming that the two of them had gone far away, Song Qingshu finally retracted the power of the solitary young finger and jumped off the bed. They've finally left. I hope Madam can forgive me if I offended you just now. At this moment, Qin Hongmian, whose face was flushed with peach blossoms, was speechless. Her cheeks were flushed red and her eyes were watery, as if they were filled with thousands of words. The charm and gentleness between her brows made one's heart tremble. Her voluptuous figure, which was so mature that it was about to drip water, was lying on the bed. It was enough to make all men suffocate. Song Qingshu took a glance, then shifted his gaze away unnaturally. He silently chanted Amitabha. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Chapter 1752. Qin Hongmian's eyes widened. Li Yuanhao's voice had been imitated to perfection. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that it was someone else impersonating him. It's almost dawn, we have to return to the palace quickly. Otherwise, if we're seen, it won't be good. The guard outside replied. Didn't Your Majesty just tell me to call for you at this time? Oh, wait a moment. Song Qingshu reacted quickly and went along with his word. At the same time, he felt relieved. It must be known that Qin Hongmian was the princess of the great king of Tiandu. Li Yuanhao had just killed the Mu brothers. If he humiliated his wife and family, It would cause a huge uproar once it got out. Yes. The person outside walked further away, clearly considerate enough to give the emperor enough privacy. Song Qingshu then said to Qin Hongmian, "Lie down and pretend to sleep first. I'll send Li Yuanhao out first." Qin Hongmian nodded. She lay down and curled up under the blanket. Song Qingshu looked at her and walked over to pull the blanket down a little, revealing half of her shoulders. He then messed up her hair a little before nodding in satisfaction. Qin Hongmian's chest rose and fell rapidly. She didn't know how to face it. In the end, she simply turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. After Song Qingshu finished arranging everything, he pulled Li Yuanhao out from under the bed. After unsealing his acupuncture points, he once again used the soul-shifting technique to hypnotize him for a while. Then, he quietly hid behind the screen. Li Yuanhao slowly woke up. He felt that he had experienced a very wonderful and pleasant night yesterday, but for some reason, he felt a little empty. He turned his head to look at the woman on the bed. Her shoulders were half exposed and her hair was messy. She looked like she had been ravaged by a violent storm. He couldn't help but have a strong desire to conquer her. Seeing the beauty's flushed rosy skin on the bed, Li Yuanhao swallowed. He couldn't help but walk to the bed and stretch out his hand to play with it. Song Qingshu, who was behind the screen, frowned. Just as he was about to react, the guard's urging voice came from outside the door, "Your Majesty, it's almost dawn." Got it. Li Yuanhao's face was gloomy. After all, he was a great ruler of a generation and could distinguish the importance of the matter. In the end, he gave up on the idea of going forward. "Beauty, wait for me to come and pamper you next time." Leaving behind a burst of satisfied laughter, he tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room, completely not expecting that his memory had been tampered with. After Li Yuanhao left, Song Qingshu came out from behind the screen and said, "Madam, he has left. I don't think he will come back anytime soon." After a pause he continued, "What happened just now was really out of my control. I hope Madam can forgive me if I have offended you." Qin Hongmian interrupted him directly. With her back facing him, she ordered him to leave. "All right, I don't want to talk about this anymore. You can leave." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He had experienced too many things tonight and it was too strange. It was hard to explain with words. "In that case, madam, have a good rest." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Suddenly, Qin Hongmian's faint voice came from behind him. "Wait!" Song Qingshu turned around. "What is it, madam?" Qin Hongmian had already turned her face away. Her face was red and white. After a long time, she said, "Don't tell Wan about what happened tonight." She didn't know how to face what happened today. If Mu Wanqing knew, how would she look at her mother? Moreover, the relationship between everyone would become strange. Song Qingshu was startled. Then, he revealed a trace of a smile. "All right, this is a secret between the two of us. We definitely won't tell anyone else." Qin Hongmian felt that his words sounded strange. However, she didn't know what was strange about it. In her annoyance, she once again turned her back to him. "Goodbye, madam." Song Qingshu said his goodbyes. Who knew that Qin Hongmian would immediately reply, "Don't come again. I don't want to see you again." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "But Li Yuanhao will come again. If I don't come to help, what will you do then?" Qin Hongmian subconsciously wanted to refute. However, she opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. In her heart, she was very clear that if she hadn't relied on Song Qingshu's great soul transfer technique to pass this time, she would have long been consigned to eternal damnation. Moreover, there was still the unfathomable Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanxiu hiding in the dark. Song Qingshu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Madam can't get over it, why don't I use the great soul transfer technique on Madam and let Madam completely forget what happened today?" Qin Hongmian hurriedly shouted, "No!" Once the words left her mouth, she was also stunned. Logically speaking, it was best to forget this matter, but why did she not want to forget it? Noticing the faint smile in his eyes, she hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that you'll take the opportunity to do something after you've transferred my soul." Li Yuanhao's state just now was too frightening. Rather than being muddle-headed, it was better to be sober. Song Qinshu spread his hands. "I clearly didn't say anything." Qin Hongmian couldn't stand his gaze and turned around again. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave." Song Qinshu comforted her in the end. "Madam, don't let your imagination run wild. Have a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow and see the morning sun, your mood will be better." The other party didn't respond. He smiled and used his qinggong to quietly leave Jeton Temple. After returning to the guest house, Song Qinshu remembered that he had yet to see Mu Wanqing. However, thinking about it, he would be too embarrassed to see her in his current state. After another 2 days, news suddenly came from the palace. The Mu brothers' younger sister had been deposed of her position as empress and banished to the cold palace. The Mu brothers knew that their younger sister had fallen out of favor in the palace for many years and knew in advance that she was about to be deposed. That was why they had the idea of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. When this news came out, the onlookers who previously thought that the Mu brothers would not commit treason became uncertain. There were even many people who applauded Li Yuanhao's wisdom and martial prowess. It seems that no matter which dynasty it is, the onlookers are the easiest to incite. Song Qinshu sighed with emotion. As for Lin Pingji, he had done a meritorious service by reporting the Mu brothers' treason and was rewarded by the emperor. Not only did he regain his freedom, but he was also rewarded with a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. Knowing that Lin Pingji was safe and sound, Song Qinshu had just breathed a sigh of relief. However, another matter immediately made his heart hang in suspense. It turned out that a messenger suddenly came from the palace and informed that the princess and the crown prince would be married in 2 days. Tomorrow, the future crown princess would enter the palace to meet the emperor. "Big brother Song, why is this happening?" Yelu Nanxian had just relaxed some time ago. Now that she learned that the marriage was inevitable, she suddenly panicked. Song Qinshu said in a low voice, "I think it's because of the recent turmoil in the Xixia. Li Yuanhao wants to use this to stabilize the situation in the court. At the same time, he wants to numb the crown prince's clique to prevent them from overreacting. Therefore, he made a big fuss about this marriage." Song Qinshu walked over and held Yelu Nanxian's cold little hand. He said apologetically, "I really didn't expect this kind of change. I miscalculated." Yelu Nanxian shook her head. "If it wasn't for Big Brother Song, I would have been married to the crown prince. How could I live a happy life like this?" Seeing that she was forcing a smile, but her voice was a bit melancholy, Song Qinshu hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't let you marry Brother Ning. At worst, I'll elope with you." Hearing the word elope, Yelu Nanxian's little face turned red. "What elope? It's so unpleasant to hear." Song Qinshu gently put his arm around her flexible waist. "That's just the last step. I need to think of a way to maximize the benefit. The key is that we don't have much time." Yelu Nanxian's heart was moved. She raised her chin, her eyes were bright and mesmerizing. "Why don't we try the method you used in Liao and replace Li Yuanhao?" Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "I've thought of that, but I need an opportunity to go to the imperial palace and familiarize myself with Li Yuanhao's people. I also need to train some confidants. Only then can I successfully replace him." "An opportunity?" Yelu Nanxian suddenly said excitedly. "I have an idea." "What idea?" Looking at her glowing body, Song Qinshu couldn't help but be curious. "Didn't you mention before that Li Yuanhao is very lecherous?" Yelu Nanxian said with a smile. "That guy is indeed lecherous." Song Qinshu nodded. In fact, all the great and talented men of the past dynasties had this problem, so it wasn't really a black mark. Yelu Nansien suddenly spun in a circle, her skirt fluttering in the wind like a fairy. What does Brother Song think of my appearance? Song Qingshu looked her up and down and couldn't help but sigh, like a light cloud covering the moon, like the returning snow in the wind. Annoying, compared to her lover as the goddess of Luo, no matter how confident Yelu Nansien was, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. Are you planning to use your beauty to trick him? Yelu Nansien smiled. Li Yuanhao just killed the Mu brothers, and now he dares to violate the Mu family's womenfolk. He must be very lecherous, and when he sees a beautiful woman, he will easily do something impulsive. If he sees the crown princess with his own eyes, what do you think he will do? Song Qingshu thought of Li Yuanhao's state that night. He would most likely be tempted by Yelu Nanxian's beauty. On top of that, the crown prince was destined to be deposed, so he wouldn't have so many misgivings. Actually, with Brother Song's ability, even if I really marry Crown Prince Ningji, you have the ability to keep me unharmed. But Ningji is destined to be a deposed crown prince. It really isn't worth it to spend effort on him. Yelu Nansien blinked and said slyly, Li Yuanhao is different. He is the emperor of Western Xia. Spending effort on him will be very profitable. Brother Song, don't you lack an opportunity? Let me be that opportunity. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. This is a good idea, but it's a bit too risky. Could it be that Brother Song doesn't have the confidence to protect me? Yelu Nansien, on the other hand, was at ease. That's not a problem. Not long ago, he had even protected Qin Hongmian. How could he not protect her? But Song Qingshu still shook his head. But there is no such thing as a perfect plan in this world. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yelu Nansien sighed faintly. Brother Song, you still don't understand my thoughts. Although I don't like that Princess Xiaomin, but she's helping you strategize from behind, and there's that Empress, she's watching over Liao for you. Only I'm useless, and I've always needed your protection. I don't want it to be like this. I also want to do something for you. Song Qingshu, full of pity, embraced her in his arms. I don't need you to do anything for me. Chapter 1753. Song Qingshu thought about it carefully and finally agreed to Yelu Nanxian's proposal. He wasn't the kind of person who would trade women for benefits, but he also wasn't like the two Song dynasties who would turn pale at the mention of marriage. For more than 300 years, the two Song dynasties had never had a marriage alliance with an outsider. This was because their hearts were weak, and a marriage alliance meant humiliation to them. In stark contrast, the more powerful Han and Tang dynasties had never been afraid of a marriage alliance because they were strong enough. A marriage alliance represented the blessing and glory of the suzerain. Song Qingshu had enough strength and confidence to protect Yelu Nansien. Under this premise, if he could obtain the greatest benefit, why wouldn't he do it? Early the next morning, Yelu Nansien had dressed herself up beautifully. When she came out of the room, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Her face was glistening, pink and rosy, and there was an extraordinary beauty in her eyes and brows. Under the splendid dress, she looked even more gorgeous. Seeing how beautiful you are now, I suddenly regret it. Walking to her side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Yelu Nansien raised her chin, her bright and clean face was filled with a beautiful expression. You're still so talkative at a time like this. However, the slight smile on her face showed that she was quite happy with this kind of praise. Since the people of the diplomatic mission were all here, the two of them couldn't be too intimate. After a quick conversation, they returned to their respective roles. The future crown princess entering the palace to meet the emperor, and the general who was going to send her off. People from the Ministry of Rights of the Western Xia had already come to greet them. Soon, the people of the Liao diplomatic mission were led to the direction of the palace. Because they had to enter the palace, it was impossible for the entire Liao diplomatic mission to go with them. In the end, only Song Qingshu, Xiao Huandu, the princess's maid, and 2 officials from the Great Forest Dental Institute accompanied them. Looking at the palace from afar, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. The architectural style was really different from the Central Plains. Also, the walls weren't very high, and he doubted how many martial arts masters it could defend against. Just as his mind was wandering, a group of people suddenly came from the side. The leader said from afar, "Is this my future sister-in-law?" Yelu Nansien was startled, subconsciously turning around to see a handsome young man standing not too far from her. His features bore some resemblance to the crown prince, Ningji, and judging from his attire, he was most likely a prince. The Western Xia official hurriedly stepped forward and made the introductions. "This is King Yi." Beside him, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Before he came to Xixia, he had received information that Prince Yi, Li Liangzhua, had always been a free and unfettered prince with no political ambitions. He spent most of his time on Mount Kongtong, cultivating and seeking the way of immortality, and never participated in the struggle between the crown prince and the imperial uncle. But on his trip to Xixia this time, he discovered an interesting thing. King Yi was not as aloof from worldly affairs as he had imagined. Whether it was those assassins from the Kongtong sect or his return to Lingzhou City at such a sensitive time, all of these explained a lot. Yelu Nansien obviously also remembered the assassination attempt. Although there was no clear evidence, the mastermind behind it was most likely this man. Naturally, she did not have a good impression of him. Therefore, she just glanced at him indifferently and continued to walk toward the palace without stopping, not giving him any face. Song Qingshu secretly gave her a thumbs up. Then, he also stood by her side to guard her without any hesitation. But, his brows creased imperceptibly when he passed by her. It seemed that this prince of the Xixia country hadn't wasted his time in seeking the Tao of immortality all these years. The Western Xia officials looked at each other in dismay. But naturally, it was not appropriate for them to participate in this kind of fight between immortals. They could only pretend that nothing had happened and continue to follow them. Looking at the back of the group of people leaving, the smile on Li Liangzhua's face froze on his face. A subordinate next to him said indignantly, "This woman is too arrogant. Does she really think she can be the crown prince's concubine for long?" Li Liangzhua coldly glared at that person. Some words can be said in the heart, but saying it out loud is equivalent to courting death. That person broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Highness, please forgive me, this lowly officer was too outspoken. Forget it, this prince is in a good mood today." Li Liangzhua waved his hand, looking at Yelu Nanshien's alluring figure, and said in a playful tone, "I didn't expect that big brother of mine to have such luck with women. This crown prince's concubine is almost comparable to my little sister Wanqing." Back to the group of people entering the palace at this time. Yelu Nansien quietly said to Song Qingshu, "That person just now was so narcissistic, so annoying." Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. "I don't know why, but I don't like him as soon as I saw him. If it weren't for the fact that we were in public today, based on what he had done before and how frivolous he was today, I would have taught him a lesson long ago." Yelu Nansien snorted, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. Song Qingshu said with a playful smile, "You should be glad that we were in public this time. Otherwise, if we really fought, you most likely wouldn't be his match." "It can't be." Yelu Nansien jumped in fright. Although she had lost twice in the hands of Ouyang Feng and Heaven Mountain Maiden, her opponents were all Grandmaster-level seniors. She was confident that she could win against people of the same age as her. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. "He hid it very well, but he couldn't hide it from my eyes and ears." His breathing was steady and powerful, and contained a unique rhythm. He must have cultivated a high level of internal energy, but he usually hid it. Another schemer, he's definitely not a good person. Because Murong Jingyue had pretended to be her father, Yelu Nansien had a natural sense of disgust towards this kind of person. At this time, The Western Xia official who was lagging behind looked at the two people whispering to each other in front of them. He couldn't help but pull on Xiao Huandu's sleeve with a strange expression. Princess Qing, and seems to be very close to this marriage escort general. Xiao Huandu laughed a few times. Princess Qing, and encountered a very dangerous assassination, and it was General Xiao who saved her, so they are a little closer. He wasn't an idiot. During this period of time, he had more or less noticed something, but this kind of thing couldn't be said out loud. He could only let it rot in his stomach. Apart from the friendship they had with each other along the way, as well as the other party's life-saving grace, for the sake of Liao's peace, he didn't dare to say anything. Just like this, everyone had their own thoughts. Before they knew it, they had arrived outside the main hall. For some reason, there weren't too many formalities this time, and there weren't many officials present. Soon, a eunuch summoned Princess Qing and Song Qinshu followed Yelu Nanxian into the main hall. He noticed that Li Yuanhao was sitting on the dragon throne somewhat listlessly. Looking at his complexion, it seemed that he had used up too much energy in the Jiatan temple. Although he didn't really do anything with Qin Hongmian, he was still affected by the soul transfer technique. Nanxian greets your majesty. Yelu Nanxian stepped forward and bowed. Chapter 1754. Hearing his words, Yelu Nanxian's lips curled up slightly. Her plan had achieved initial success. Of course, to be interested in an emperor with countless beauties in his harem was the greatest recognition of a woman's beauty. She slowly raised her head. Today, she had dressed up meticulously. She could be called incomparably beautiful. Li Yuanhao stared at her, dazed for a moment, forgetting what was going to happen next. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? The little eunuch on the side hurriedly reminded him. Li Yuanhao finally came to his senses and laughed loudly. It is said that Commandery Princess Cheng'an of the Liao Kingdom has excellent kung fu at a young age and is the most outstanding beauty on the grassland. Today, I see that you really deserve your reputation. You are really a beauty that captivates the fish and beasts, and outshines the moon and flowers. The officials from the Ministry of Rites looked at each other. If Yelu Nanxian was on a diplomatic mission to Western Xia, it would be fine for the emperor to praise her like this. But this time, she was here for a marriage alliance and was his daughter-in-law. What kind of father-in-law would stare at his daughter-in-law and praise her beauty? However, Li Yuanhao had always been decisive. Adding to the fact that the Mu brothers were killed a few days ago, who knew how many officials were implicated and how many officials of the imperial court had been beheaded. They didn't dare to say anything. After that, Li Yuanhao and Yelu Nanxian chatted nonstop, holding hands and asking all sorts of questions. The officials on the side all kept quiet out of fear. According to the usual protocol, after the crown princess entered the palace and met the emperor, she would quickly leave the palace to prepare for the wedding. However, Li Yuanhao had no intention of letting her go. It wasn't until the sky was getting dark that he spoke up and asked her to stay overnight in the palace in the name of the crown princess. He said that the crown princess wanted to take a good look at her granddaughter-in-law. The group of people looked at each other. Who didn't know that the crown princess lived in the palace for a long time and never cared about anything? How could she suddenly stay overnight in the palace? Song Qingshu's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew more about the crown princess than the Western Xia officials. Why would someone like Li Qiushui care about such trivial matters? I'm afraid this is against the rules. Although everything was going according to plan, Song Qingshu, as the marriage escort general, still had to show the proper attitude. I don't care what rules you have in Liao. Since you are in Great Xia, you have to follow the rules of Great Xia. My words are the rules, Li Yuanhao said coldly. As the founder of the country, he had been tempered by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he naturally had an inexplicable murderous aura. As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop. Xiao Huanduo, who was at the side, hastily stepped forward to smooth things over. Only then did the atmosphere ease up. At the same time, he secretly tugged on Song Qingshu's sleeve, indicating that he should not say anything more. Song Qingshu was just putting on an act, so he took the opportunity to keep quiet. However, the reaction of the Xixia diplomatic corps made Li Yuanhao realize something. In the end, he said, what you said is somewhat reasonable. In that case, let the Countess go to see the old princess now. She can leave the palace later. After that, he asked the eunuch to lead Yelu Nanxian to the direction of the harem. Song Qingshu was startled. Now that everyone was watching, how could he follow the emperor into the palace? If something happened to Yelu Nanxian in the palace, he would not be able to save her in time. As if she knew what he was worried about, when she passed by him, Yelu Nanxian said to him using the secret voice-sending technique, "Don't worry, I know how to protect myself. If there is any danger, I will send the signal and ask you to come and save me." Song Qingshu felt a little relieved. With Yelu Nanxian's martial arts, as long as she didn't run into Li Qiushui, there shouldn't be many masters in the Western Xia Imperial Palace who could be her opponent. Even if she ran into masters like Ding Chuanxiu or Duan Yanqing, she would have no problem protecting herself. Of course, what made him more relieved was that Li Yuanhao was still in the main hall. If he left with them, then no matter how many reasons he had, Song Qingshu would not dare to let Yelu Nanxian leave. About an hour later, Li Yuanhao also left. Song Qingshu was hesitating about what to do next. Not long after, a eunuch came out with the splendidly dressed princess and handed her back to the Liao delegation. But when everyone saw her, they were dumbfounded. Although this princess could be considered delicate and pretty, how could she compare to Yelu Nanxian's peerless beauty? Song Qingshu hastily stepped forward and pulled the eunuch back. He asked in a stern voice, "Who is this? Where did you hide our princess?" The eunuch calmly said, "Isn't this your Princess Cheng-un?" "Nonsense." Xiao Huanduo was also anxious. If anything happened to the princess and it affected the peace talks between the two countries, even if he had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop off. The eunuch humphed, "Official Xiao, since His Majesty said she is Princess Cheng, and then she is naturally Princess Cheng." And Xiao Huanduo could hear the hidden meaning in his words and couldn't help but be startled. "What do you mean?" The eunuch smiled faintly and asked, "Why did you marry the princess over?" "Naturally, it's to bury the hatchet and forever be on good terms with Qin and Jean." Xiao Huanduo's expression was a little ugly. After all, this marriage alliance was not very honorable. There was a feeling that the other party was at their gates and they were forced to offer up their daughter for peace talks. "Since you're asking for peace, then you should know who the ruler of our Grand Xia is, right?" The eunuch chuckled. "Of course I know, of course it's the current Imperial Majesty." Xiao Huanduo cupped his hands towards the direction of the inner palace. "Then that's it." The eunuch spread out his hands. "Since the ruler is His Majesty, then is it better for the princess to marry His Majesty or a crown prince?" This. Xiao Huanduo was speechless for a moment. He was actually somewhat persuaded. After all, the crown prince was not the emperor and might not become the emperor in the end. Moreover, the position of the empress was currently vacant. If the princess married over, she might become the empress. A current empress was always better than a future empress. Moreover, Li Yuanhao was already old and might become the empress dowager in a few years. At that time, it would be even more advantageous for Liao. Even though he was tempted, Xiao Huanduo was still acutely aware of the danger involved. "But the crown prince, you don't have to worry about this," the eunuch replied. "As the saying goes, the ruler is the subject and the father is the son. The crown prince is both the subject and the son of His Majesty. He can only obey." At the side, Song Qingshu secretly curled his lip. The Xixia people had always been on guard against assimilation. He didn't expect that in order to justify themselves, they would take the initiative to quote some Han people. Since that's the case, we can't say anything else. Everything will be left to His Majesty's arrangements. Song Qingshu spoke at the right time. This was originally his plan. He didn't want to continue wasting time with this eunuch. Yelu Nanxian was still waiting for his protection. Xiao Huandu Ho looked at him in surprise but didn't say anything in the end. It wasn't until they left the imperial palace that he couldn't help but pull Song Qingshu aside. "Brother, for the sake of our great Liao, I've really wronged you." Song Qingshu was startled. He felt somewhat baffled and didn't know what the eunuch meant. He was in a hurry to re-enter the imperial palace to check on Yelu Nanxian's condition, so he casually said a few words and hurriedly took his leave. Looking at his hurried back, Xiao Huandu Ho couldn't help but click his tongue. "For the sake of the great country, you abandoned your small family. Xiao Huandu is really admirable. Right now, he must be so sad that he's drunk. I won't disturb him." Chapter 1755. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu went to a remote corner and sneaked into the palace. Although it was daytime, the security of the Western Xia Imperial Palace was not as tight as that of the Song, Qing, and Jin dynasties, so it was not difficult to sneak in. But then, Song Qingshu was a little dumbfounded. It was a palace with such a large building. How could he know where Yelu Nanxian was now? He wandered around like a headless fly for a while, and even captured a few palace maids and eunuchs to interrogate, but unfortunately, none of them knew. Song Qingshu had to settle for the next best thing, and asked where the eunuch was. After all, he was the one who arranged for Yelu Nanxian to be sent out, so he must know the place. But when he arrived at his residence, he did not find him. Thinking that he should still be on duty at this time of the day, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little impatient. If this dragged on for too long, Yelu Nanxian would be in danger. At this moment, a soft and gentle voice suddenly came from outside the wall next door. "Humph, I want to see what kind of beauty this Princess Liao is that she could make His Majesty do such a thing." Song Qingshu was startled. This voice was a little familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. No, if His Majesty is angry, the consequences will be out of control." Another sharp voice sounded. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. This voice belonged to the eunuch who had just sent them out of the palace. Quietly leaping up to the top of the wall and following the sound, he saw that in the corridor next to the palace wall, a eunuch was sweating profusely as he stood in front of a young girl. The young girl had a slender and graceful figure. Although her face was covered by a veil, just by looking at her eyebrows and skin, it was enough to tell that she was a beautiful, elegant, and peerless beauty. "It's her!" Song Qingshu was moved. He had already recognized the girl. It was the Princess of Silver Stream, Li Qinglu. As a matter of fact, the two of them had met twice. The first time was when he witnessed the conflict between the Xixia country's Class 1 Hall and the Shui siblings' Imperial City Department outside Lin. The second time was when he saw her interrogate Lin Pingji in the Imperial prison a few days ago. Even so, the two of them were not acquaintances. So even though he felt the voice was familiar, he could not remember who it was. "Eunuch Wang, you have repeatedly stopped me. Do you want to go to Class 1 Hall's prison?" Li Qinglu quirked an eyebrow. At that moment, there was a hint of killing intent in her voice. Fear appeared on the eunuch's face. It was clear that Class 1 Hall's ferocious reputation caused the expressions of the people of Western Xia to change. However, after hesitating for a while, he still continued to stop her and said, "If the princess spoils His Majesty's plans, this old servant's fate will be 100 times worse than being sent to prison. I can't be bothered with you." Li Qinglu let out a snort and did not waste any more time talking to him. She waved her hand, and Eunuch Wang felt his legs go numb. He fell to his knees, no longer able to block her way. Han Xiu Fu acupoint technique. This Li Qinglu is so young, but she has already mastered it. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. He compared it to Peach Blossom Island's Orchid Fu acupoint technique. In the end, he still felt that Han Xiu Fu acupoint technique was more exquisite and brilliant. After Li Qinglu shook off Eunuch Wang, she automatically walked in a certain direction. She held an important position in Class 1 Hall, and it was clear that she had her own information channel. Song Qingshu quietly followed her. After walking for a while, Li Qinglu suddenly stopped and looked behind her in puzzlement. When she saw that there was no one in the passageway, she could not help but frown in puzzlement. Am I thinking too much? Song Qingshu, who had temporarily jumped over the wall, sighed in relief. This woman's spiritual senses were rather sharp. He did not know if she had truly sensed something or if it was just a woman's sixth sense. Next, Song Qingshu became even more careful. He followed Li Qinglu all the way to a remote palace in the inner palace. There were eunuchs guarding the entrance, but she quickly sent them away. Yelu Nanxian, come out. Standing at the entrance, Li Qinglu shouted into the palace. Who are you? The door in the middle of the room slowly opened. Yelu Nanxian walked out and looked at the young girl in front of her in puzzlement. Seeing that she was safe and sound, Song Qingshu, who was hiding in a tree far away, finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had come in time. Li Qinglu had originally come in a threatening manner, but when she saw Yelu Nanxian's appearance, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. She muttered to herself, as expected of a heavenly beauty. No wonder His Majesty would take such a big risk for you. Who are you? Yelu Nanxian was already nervous and a little lost about her fate. Now that a little girl had come to her door aggressively to criticize her, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. At this time, the eunuch outside the door had already rushed in. He stopped Li Qinglu and said, Princess, this is someone specially arranged by His Majesty, you must not act on impulse. Li Qinglu waved her hand and cut him off. This consort doesn't have any other intentions. I just heard that Princess Qing and is a famous expert in Great Liao, so I wanted to come and see for myself. Even if His Majesty finds out, he won't blame me. In the distance, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. This Li Qinglu wasn't just acting rashly, she had already found a way out, blocking Li Yuanhao's way of questioning her. On the other side, Li Qinglu had barely finished her words when her silhouette flickered, dashing towards Yelu Nanxian. She used the water-treading steps. Her entire person resembled a dancing goddess of the Luo River, but hidden within was killing intent. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Yelu Nanxian. Yelu Nanxian's expression changed. She hurriedly raised her hands to meet the enemy's attack. The two young girls' martial arts were light and agile, their movements were light and graceful, their moves were complex. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. The eunuchs and palace maids on the side only took a few glances before feeling dizzy and nauseous. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. After all, both of them were tall, slender, and had graceful figures. One was wearing a red dress while the other was wearing a white dress. They were like two beautiful butterflies fluttering in a field of flowers, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. However, Song Qingshu could see that Yelu Nanxian was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. After all, most of her martial arts were focused on the sword, while Li Qinglu's forte was the white rainbow palm and Han Xiu acupuncture point brushing hands, both of which were hand skills. However, Yelu Nanxian's reaction was fast. Taking advantage of an opening, she dodged to the side of a nearby willow tree, snapped off a willow branch, and in an instant, displayed her best swordsmanship. Although it couldn't reflect light like a real sword, greatly reducing the effectiveness of her sword of sun and moon, but the willow branch was soft and slender, like a flexible sword. The angle of the sword was even more unpredictable than a real sword. In addition, there were hundreds of willow leaves on the willow branch. Under the infusion of internal energy, it was like hundreds of small swords. Although it was difficult to cause any fatal injuries, when it came into contact with the willow branch, it was inevitable that the clothes would be torn and the skin would bleed. Li Qinglu was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Naturally, she cherished her appearance. Facing this special weapon, her hands and feet were tied, losing her advantage, and gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 1756. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice, thinking it was Li Yuanhao. Instead, it was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. He had a dignified appearance, but he had a dignified aura around him. This kind of middle-aged man will be very popular with those fangirls in the future. Song Qingshu counted the people he knew in this world. Only Duan Zhengchun and a few others had this kind of temperament. Father! Li Qinglu had already jumped out of the battle. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she blushed and stood next to the man like a little girl who had made a mistake. Since the man had stopped, Yelu Nansien didn't chase after him. After all, they were in the imperial palace and a strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its territory. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. So this middle-aged man was the legendary imperial uncle Li Qianshun who fought with the crown prince for the throne. Wait, since Li Qinglu called him father, then he was Li Qiushui's son. Thinking that he was Li Qinglua's half-brother, Song Qingshu's expression became even more strange. This man was his brother-in-law? However, he couldn't help but admire the strength of Li Qiushui's genes. His daughter, granddaughter, and granddaughter were all absolute beauties. His son was also unbelievably handsome. His biggest flaw was that his private life was too messy. What are you doing here? Li Qianshun glared at his daughter and asked in a low voice. Li Qinglu answered in a small voice. I heard that Princess Qing and is a famous sword master in Liao and is about the same age as me, so I came to try. Nonsense, the old princess taught you martial arts for you to serve the country. How could it be used for personal gain? Li Qianshun angrily rebuked. What happened here? At this time, Li Yuanhao also came over with a group of people. Li Qianshun didn't have time to scold his daughter and quickly took the lead to pay his respects. Li Yuanhao heard the whole story and smiled. It's not a big deal for martial artists to be excited. Not to mention, Qinglu just helped us solve a big case. Royal brother, don't blame her. Yes, royal brother. Li Qianshun bowed and glared at his daughter. Hurry and thank His Majesty for not punishing you. Li Qinglu lifted the hem of her dress and said with a smile, Thank you, uncle. Li Yuanhao nodded, turning to look at Yelu Nansien with a surprised expression. So Princess Qing Anne's martial arts are so high. Yelu Nansien showed a hint of shyness. The children of the grassland learn to bow and ride horses from a young age, they can't even enter the high halls. Li Yuanhao laughed and said, No wonder your highness is so tall and well-proportioned. It's because you practice martial arts. Everyone around him had a strange expression on their faces, feeling that his praise was a bit frivolous. Yelu Nansien stood on the side with a red face, not daring to make a sound. Li Yuanhao, on the other hand, enjoyed her reaction very much. Li Qianshun coughed and said in a timely manner, Imperial brother, I just went to visit the old princess. Now I'm about to leave the palace, so I won't bother you anymore. As he spoke, he tugged at his daughter. Li Qinglu might be a little hesitant, but in the end she still said, I still have matters to deal with at Class 1 Hall. I'll take my leave first. Li Yuanhao's mind was on Yelu Nansien, so he naturally wanted them to leave as soon as possible. He didn't ask them to stay and even sent people to escort them. When they left the inner palace, Li Qinglu finally couldn't help but pull Li Qianshun and whisper, Father, why didn't you stop His Majesty from doing something so lustful? His Majesty is the ruler of a country, the entire country belongs to him. It's just favoring a woman, how could it be considered lustful? Li Qianshun replied lightly. Li Qinglu became anxious. Other women are fine, but Yelu Nansien is not a normal woman. She is the future crown princess, His Majesty's daughter-in-law. From today onwards, she is no longer the crown princess. Li Qianshun said calmly. Li Qinglu's face blushed. How can there be such a thing? A father who steals his son's woman, isn't this stealing? She stuttered for a long time, but in the end she couldn't say the word. Li Qianshun smiled. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? How can the moral shackles that bind normal people be able to bind the Son of Heaven? But this way, the crown prince will definitely be dissatisfied. At that time, there will be a great disaster. Li Qinglu was in elite hall, so she was very clear about this potential danger. Li Qianshun revealed a faint smile. So what? Li Qinglu wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered her father's identity. Her heart was like a mirror, and she couldn't say the rest of her words. Let's go, you don't need to worry about this. Li Qianshun smiled and walked straight out of the palace. Watching her father's figure disappear into the distance, Li Qinglu didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that her usually steady father's footsteps were much lighter today. After the father and daughter left, Li Yuanhao casually waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to stand guard outside while he walked straight into the small courtyard. Princess, please come in for a chat. Yelu Nanxian shrunk back, revealing an awkward expression. I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. She had completely taken the role of the crown prince's wife at this time. Although she had already planned to use the honey trap, she couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the other party saw through her. Li Yuanhao laughed. In this Xixia country, my words are the etiquette. Then he swaggered inside. Yelu Nanxian hesitated for a moment, looking worriedly in the direction of the palace. Although everything was going according to plan, at this time, without her lover by her side to protect her, she still felt a little nervous. Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu timely said, "Don't worry, I'm nearby." Hearing his voice, Yelu Nanxian's face was suddenly overflowing with a layer of radiance. Her whole body regained its calm, turned around and walked into the inner room. Princess, why are you so happy? Li Yuanhao keenly noticed the change in her expression, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yelu Nanxian was surprised, but her face didn't change. I just received praise from His Majesty, of course I'm happy. Really? You really know how to talk. Li Yuanhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yelu Nanxian hesitated for a moment, but still asked while knowing the answer, "Didn't His Majesty say to let me come to see the old princess? When can I see her?" Li Yuanhao said with a faint smile, "There's no hurry, there's still time." Yelu Nanxian looked at the sky outside and said with some embarrassment, "But it's getting late, I'm afraid it's too late to leave the palace." Li Yuanhao smiled. "If it's too late, then don't leave the palace. There are many rooms in the palace, you can choose any one to stay in." Yelu Nanxian suddenly stood up. "How can I do that? Absolutely not." Song Qingshu, who was hiding not far away, had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect this little girl to be so good at acting. It seems that women are really born actors. Chapter 1757. What? Yelu Nanxian's shock was not fake. She did not expect Li Yuanhao to do this, but thinking about it, this was normal. If he didn't do something to save face and kept the crown princess in the palace, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. He was an emperor who had been on the throne for many years. He had the means to do this. Your Liao diplomatic mission has also tacitly agreed to this. Li Yuanhao calmly picked up a cup of tea and drank. He enjoyed the feeling of watching the other panic. Yelu Nanxian's face paled. How is that possible? Why not? Li Yuanhao put down the teacup and said playfully, "The reason why the kingdom of Liao sent you here for a marriage alliance is nothing more than to stop the war and seek peace. Now, I'm the one in charge of the western Xia country. As long as I'm happy, a truce will naturally be a matter of course. But if you make me unhappy, humph." Although he didn't finish his words, the threat was obvious. Yelu Nanxian struggled. "Your Majesty, you are my future father-in-law. Wouldn't doing such a thing offend the world?" Li Yuanhao burst into laughter, his voice full of disdain. Don't put the moral shackles of the Han people on me. My empire was won by my own army, not by some etiquette and morality. Besides, you and the crown prince are not married yet. Naturally, you are not Zhen's daughter-in-law. If Zhen calls you to serve him after the marriage, that would be against human ethics. Li Yuanhao suddenly clicked his tongue. Speaking of which, those southern barbarians talk about righteousness and morality. In the end, Yang Yuhuan was clearly Shou Wangfei, but Emperor Tang still brought this daughter-in-law into the palace. In truth, he had been the emperor for so many years. He had seen all kinds of beauties. Yelu Nanxian was beautiful, but not enough to make him care so much. The key was the other's identity. Thinking that she was his future daughter-in-law, Li Yuanhao's heartbeat sped up. Heat rose in his belly. He had played with all kinds of women for so many years. The concubines in the palace, the late emperor's concubines, the minister's wives and concubines. A few days ago, he had a taste of a Wangfei, but he had never tried a daughter-in-law. Thinking of this taboo relationship, he could not control the impulse in his heart. Yelu Nanxian naturally did not know the dirty thoughts in his heart. She bit her lip with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that I will be angry and attack you? You should know that my martial arts have always been good. Li Yuanhao stood up and walked towards her as he said with a smile, I have killed my way out of the battlefield through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why would I be afraid of a little girl like you? Since you agreed to be the candidate for this marriage, it proves that you have feelings for your country. For your country, you won't do anything irrational. Looking at the struggling expression on the beautiful girl's face, an unparalleled pleasure flashed through his heart. A person who had tasted the taste of power would not be able to resist the feeling of being at the peak. It was even more addictive than the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. He very much enjoyed the feeling of using power to make an unwilling woman submit step by step. Furthermore, she was so young and fresh, and she was a princess of the Liao kingdom. In addition, she was also a powerful martial artist, which made him feel a sense of achievement in conquering her. Walking to the young woman's side, looking at her bright dress, Li Yuanhao felt that she was even more beautiful. He couldn't help but move closer to her hair and take a deep breath. Regent Princess smells so good. I have something even more fragrant on me. Does your Majesty want to smell it? Yelu Nanxian suddenly smiled, like a flower blooming in early spring, bright and enchanting. Oh, Regent Princess has thought it through? At such a close distance, he could clearly feel the young woman's youthful aura. It had a fatal attraction to his aging body. Then let us have a good whiff. He didn't have the slightest doubt, because in his decades as the emperor, no woman could refuse him, no woman could disobey him. He was used to the emperor's authority. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but reach out to pull the young woman into his arms. Yelu Nanxian turned around, her dress fluttering in the wind as she lightly dodged Li Yuanhao's embrace. Li Yuanhao chuckled mischievously, continuing to pounce on her. He wasn't angry at all, in fact, he enjoyed this feeling of chasing and forcing his way closer and closer. After dodging a few times, the girl suddenly staggered as if she was tripped by something. Her whole body involuntarily fell onto a nearby bed. Li Yuanhao was immediately overjoyed. He opened his arms and pounced over. Little beauty, I'm coming. Unfortunately, just as he reached the bed, Yelu Nanxian suddenly opened her red lips. A puff of pink smoke blew onto his face. A trace of confusion flashed in Li Yuanhao's eyes, then he fell heavily onto the bed. Yelu Nanxian hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding being pinned down by him. She gave Li Yuanhao a disgusted look, then said to the air, Brother Song, why aren't you coming in to help me? Somewhere in the room, space seemed to distort, and then Song Qingshu suddenly appeared there. He smiled bitterly and said, Didn't I give you rouge drunk on purpose? I mainly wanted to see if you could handle this situation alone. After all, this plan is too dangerous. I might not be able to protect you at all times. He got the rouge intoxication from Tajtish in the past. She relied on this hallucinogenic drug to disguise herself as the ever-victorious Wang Fei for more than 10 years without being discovered. Therefore, he had always kept this drug on him, in case of emergencies. This time, Yelu Nanxian entered the palace. He gave it to her to protect herself. Yelu Nanxian's expression softened a little, looking at Li Yuanhao, who was lying on the bed. He had a pig-like smile on his face, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Obviously he was in a wonderful dream. This drug is really amazing, it can even confuse a person's mind. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. Although this drug is amazing, but Li Yuanhao is a shrewd person. In the long run, he will definitely discover the flaw. Li Yuanhao single-handedly built such a large country, dominating the western regions, becoming the toughest bone to chew on for the surrounding countries. He was definitely not someone the ever-victorious Wang Fei or Yelu Hongji could compare to. Using this drug once or twice might work, but in the long run, he would definitely see through it. Then what should we do? Yelu Nanxian was worried. After all, she was in the palace. If she wasn't careful, she would be eaten by Li Yuanhao. Gently holding her hand, Song Qinshu comforted her. Don't worry, during this time, I will stay in the palace with you. If anything happens, I will handle it. After that, we just need to wait for the crown prince's news. His wedding is tomorrow. When he finds out that the bride has been changed, I don't believe he will swallow this anger. Yelu Nanxian was still worried. But Li Yuanhao is the emperor. Even if the crown prince is angry, what can he do? Chapter 1758. They've gone too far, they've gone too far. At this moment, in the crown prince's residence, Crown Prince Brother Ning smashed the expensive Song Junyao porcelain cup in his hand onto the floor. He paced back and forth in the room anxiously, like a raging lion. Are you sure that Princess Qing has been replaced? Brother Ning turned to look at his subordinate who was kneeling at the side. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Yes, the spies in the palace have spread the news. The emperor let Princess Qing enter the inner palace in the name of visiting the old princess. When she came out, he changed the palace maid and returned her to the Liao diplomatic group. Moreover, the spies in the embassy have also sent back news that the princess has indeed been replaced. The subordinate was sweating profusely, but he had to answer. After all, Brother Ning had been the crown prince for so many years and had been in power for more than 10 years. It was not difficult for him to plant a few spies in the palace. After receiving confirmation, Brother Ning felt a ball of fire burning in his chest, as if it was going to explode at any time. The people from the Liao diplomatic group are going to let it go just like that? Isn't their so-called general of marriage quite arrogant? How could he just sit back and watch such an absurd thing happen? The subordinate replied, according to the spy's report, the people from the Liao diplomatic group also raised objections at the beginning. However, after eunuch Wang persuaded them, they tacitly agreed to this matter. They tacitly agreed to this kind of thing? Brother Ning was so angry that he laughed instead. You can leave first. At this moment, a middle-aged man at the side waved his hand at the subordinate and said, His Majesty is the emperor after all. He has the final say in this country. If the people from the Liao want to sue for peace, they can do it with just a word from him. Naturally, they dare not go against his will. Brother Ning's expression changed. Then, he sighed at the middle-aged man. Lord Qin, how can I not know this? This middle-aged man was Qin Hongmian's clan brother, the clan leader of the Qin clan, Qin Shi. The Qin clan could no longer stay in the southern Song dynasty and moved to Xixia. In order to gain a foothold, Qin Shi and the other clan members forced Qin Hongmian to marry Muyuqi. Because they were close to the Mu clan, they had a close relationship with the crown prince. But isn't he going too far? Brother Ning's face was ferocious. He suddenly raised his voice and said, Previously, he framed my 2 uncles for treason and killed them unjustly. Then, he abolished my mother's position as the empress. Now, he even snatched my new wife away. This is outrageous, outrageous. Qin Shi said in a low voice, presumably, His Majesty is already advanced in age, but his body is still healthy. Seeing that the crown prince's wings have grown, he is worried that you will threaten his throne, so he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. The Qin family came from Lin, and had rich experience in this kind of struggle, so they immediately saw the key point. Brother Ning's face darkened. Initially, he wanted me to get married in advance. I thought he wanted to ease the tension between us. Now, it seems that I was too naive. Brothers Ning. Far away, Ning said and Ning. Prince. Ning. And many. And. His words added fuel to the fire. The greatest hatred in the world was the hatred of killing one's husband and stealing one's wife. Thinking of Yelu Nanxian's perfect face, Brother Ning clenched his fists so hard his nails almost dug into his flesh. Qin Shi said, From this we can determine the Crown Prince's position in His Majesty's heart and how His Majesty plans to deal with you. He would never do such a thing if he had even a shred of affection for you. Brother Ning finally exploded. He is heartless. Don't blame me for being unjust. Hearing him say this, a hint of joy flashed across Qin Shi's face. He said hurriedly, The one who strikes first gains the upper hand. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that we still have the power to change the world? Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the less power we have. We will be taken down by His Majesty. Elder Brother Ning looked like he was tempted, but he was still rational. The Emperor has the military power. With my current strength, it would be wishful thinking for me to steal the sky and change the sun. If we fight him head-on, we naturally have no chance of winning, Qin Shi said calmly. But if we take him by surprise, such as tonight, we can mobilize all of our forces and charge into the palace to execute him. His Majesty won't have the time to mobilize the large army under him. Tonight? Brother Ning's heart immediately raced, but he still shook his head and said, Even if he doesn't have the time to mobilize the army, the palace is heavily guarded, and there are many elites from Class 1 Hall. It will be like throwing an egg against a rock. You don't have to worry about that, Crown Prince, Qin Shi explained. The Mu family controlled half of the army in the country. Many of the generals were their disciples. This time, 2 of their generals were killed for no reason. While they sympathize, they are also filled with fear. After all, they have the mark of the Mu family on them. They are worried that the Emperor will settle the score. So, I contacted many of the former subordinates of the Mu family. They are willing to bet with the Crown Prince that they are on duty tonight. They can open the palace gates at a specific time to let us in. Really? Brother Ning was delighted. The flames of hope finally burned in his heart. But Class 1 Hall has a lot of elite. They are a force that can control the situation. You don't have to worry about that, Your Highness. Qin Shi put on an unfathomable smile. The person in charge of Class 1 Hall is the old concubine. We can't bribe her, but there are only a few leaders left. Duan Yanqing has always wanted to return to Dali and regain his throne. The Emperor has always treated him as a servant and has no intention of restoring him to the throne. Duan Yanqing knows this very well. That's why I went to him and used this as a condition. As for Li Yenzong, he also has great ambitions, and he was soon persuaded by me. As for Princess Yinchuan, she can't do anything alone. When the time comes, she won't be able to affect the overall situation. Once he finished listening to Qin Shi's introduction, Brother Ning went forward excitedly and grabbed his hand. Sir Qin, you really are the reincarnation of Zhuge and the rebirth of a hidden dragon. I promise you here that once I become the Emperor, Sir Qin will be my Prime Minister. Thank you, Your Highness. No, thank you, your majesty. Qin Shi quickly bowed and kowtowed. Ha ha ha, my dear subject, please rise. Brother Ning, who was beside himself with joy, did not notice the sparkle that flashed in Qin Shi's eyes the moment he lowered his head. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yelu Nanxian looked at Li Yuanhao, who was unconscious on the bed and having a sweet dream. She could not help but feel disgusted. Big Brother Song, I don't want to stay in this room with him for the night. Can we go somewhere else? Although Song Qingshu felt that it was inappropriate to leave this place, and that it would be difficult to salvage the situation if something unexpected happened, such as someone suddenly coming in to look for Li Yuanhao, he did not want Yelu Nanxian to be wronged. Besides, her mood was also very important to the completion of this plan. In the end, he agreed. Of course, just in case, he imitated Li Yuanhao's voice and notified the guards outside that without his orders, no one was allowed to enter, or else they would be killed. Then, he left the room with Yelu Nanxian and went near the imperial garden. Because it was already night time, there was basically no one in the imperial garden. It was a good place for a date. Song Qingshu thought about using this chance to find out the truth about Li Qiushui. After all, she seemed to be plotting against Li Yuanhao. Chapter 1759. At this time, a young girl's voice came from not far away. Li Yenzong, why did you ask me to come here? Yelu Nanxian's face turned red. Only now did she realize that she had misunderstood. Fortunately, the hiding place was extremely dark, and her lover did not notice her embarrassed expression. Looking towards the source of the voice, she saw a man and a woman slowly walking in her direction. The young girl had a graceful figure, and under the moonlight she looked like a wild elf. It was Princess Yinchuan, whom she had fought against during the day. As for the other man, he was dressed in armor and looked somewhat heroic. Judging from his attire, he should be a guard of the imperial palace. Song Qingshu was far more surprised than Yelu Nanxian. Others might not know who Li Yenzong was, but he was very clear about it. It should be said that all the people who had seen the demigods and semidevils knew that Murong Fu had disguised himself as an elite of Western Xia's first hall, and the alias he used was Li Yenzong. During the change in Sichuan, Murong Fu's conspiracy was known to the world, but he suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one could find him. Now, it seemed that he had concealed his identity and disguised himself as Li Yenzong, hiding in Western Xia. Why did Murong Fu ask Princess Yinchuan to meet in the imperial garden at midnight? Song Qingshu's heart was full of curiosity. After all, he used to complain that Murong Fu in the original work was too stupid. He had been lurking in the Xixia country for so long, but he didn't get to know Murong Fu first. At the very least, he should have been familiar with Murong Fu. In the end, he had to participate in the audition for the Xixia country's groom, and Princess Yinchuan was chosen by Su Zhu. Now that this was a living world, he naturally did not think that these participants were stupid. Judging from the tone of the two people, they should be quite familiar with each other. Moreover, they met in the imperial garden at midnight. Could it be that they were having a private meeting? At this time, Li Yenzong stepped forward and answered, "This time, I came out because I have admired you for a long time, so I came to express my feelings." Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. Murong Fu was a famous handsome man in the pugilistic world, and he was the target of many girls' dreams. However, his method of picking up girls was a little too clumsy. There was no foreplay, and he didn't deliberately create an atmosphere. It would be strange if his blunt confession had any effect. However, when Song Qingshu thought about how Murong Fu had devoted his life to restoring his country, it wasn't surprising that he wasn't good at these kinds of things. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for Wang Yuyan. That girl could be considered to be deeply in love with her cousin. Unfortunately, Murong Fu had never taken her seriously, and now he was actively pursuing another woman. Wait, Li Qinglu and Wang Yuyan should be sisters. One was Li Qiushui's granddaughter, and the other was his maternal granddaughter. Were they going to put on a show of sisters fighting over a man? Fortunately, the plot did not develop as he imagined. Li Qinglu frowned and said coldly, "You said you have something important to tell me, but you called me here to say these boring things?" Li Yenzong, this matter was not important enough? Yelu Nanxian. She suddenly liked this Princess Yinchuan. Although they had fought a few days ago, she was quite envious of Princess Yinchuan's courage to love and hate. Song Qinshu, on the other hand, felt awkward for Murong Fu. Princess Yinchuan was so merciless, how could he put his face? Perhaps she realized that she was being too direct, so Li Qinglu thought about it and added a few words. "My future lover should be a peerless hero. He can use his pen to bring peace to the world, and he can use his martial arts to bring peace to the world. Generally, you might be considered outstanding in Class 1 Hall, but you are still far from the standard I have in mind. Li Yenzong, it's better if you don't explain. The more you explain, the more it hurts." Yelu Nanxian, who was hiding behind the fake mountain, covered her mouth and giggled. She quietly poked her lover beside her. "This Li Yenzong sure is pitiful." Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face, especially after knowing Li Yenzong's identity. He clearly had a beautiful cousin who loved him to the core, but he didn't cherish her. Instead, he went after another woman who had no feelings for him. But then again, he probably didn't go after Li Qinglu out of love. It was most likely because of her background. Wang Yuyan's family could play a negligible role in the restoration of Yan Kingdom. Yelu Nanxian rolled her eyes and added, "I think it's hard for this Princess Yinchuan to find someone she likes in the world. The only one who fits her criteria is probably you." Song Qinshu nodded seriously. "Although they say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, your words are quite objective." Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but spit. How shameless! At this moment, Li Yenzong spoke again. "Your answer is actually within my expectations. It's just that I don't want to give up. I need to confirm it again." Li Qinglu heard the hidden meaning in his words and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" "It's nothing." Li Yenzong smiled, looking a little mysterious. Li Qinglu sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't figure it out. Just as she was about to leave, he took a step to the side and blocked her way. "What do you want?" Li Qinglu asked angrily. Li Yenzong shrugged. "Nothing much, I just feel that the moon is very beautiful tonight. I want to invite your highness to stay and admire the moon with us." Song Qinshu looked up at the sky. All he saw were dark clouds and he couldn't see the moon's shadow. He couldn't help but guess. From the looks of it, Murong Fu wasn't planning to use force, was he? Actually, although Murong Fu's forceful words were despicable, he could be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Song Qinshu pondered for a while, and felt that with Murong Fu's overcautious temperament, it was unlikely that he would do something so resolute. Li Qinglu's face finally darkened. "Li Yenzong, do you know what you're doing?" Li Yenzong smiled. "Of course I do." Li Qinglu snorted coldly. "Do you know what you're doing today? Tomorrow, I'll report to His Majesty and you'll be thrown into Class 1 Hall's prison." "That's true under normal circumstances." Li Yenzong's tone suddenly became very contemplative. "But whether His Majesty will still be here tomorrow is a problem." "What do you mean?" Li Qinglu was alarmed. Li Yenzong didn't answer. Suddenly, a fire rose into the sky from somewhere in the distance. Faint cries of battle could be heard. Li Qinglu's expression finally changed. "Assassins!" She hurriedly planned to return. Class 1 Hall under her command was usually in charge of the palace's defense. Now that she left, they were like a dragon without a leader. She must immediately return to her position and mobilize the experts of Class 1 Hall to face the enemy. But just as she moved, Li Yenzong once again blocked her way. Now that things had reached this point, how could she not understand his intentions? Her expression turned cold. "So you also participated in the rebellion?" Song Qingshu also noticed the fire in the distance. His expression suddenly changed. He said to Yelu Nanxian, "That's your room, Li Yuanhao is still unconscious there." Chapter 1760. It was no wonder that his expression changed. After all, his plan was to stay by Li Yuanhao's side and familiarize himself with him. Then, when the time was right, he would replace Li Yuanhao. If something happened to Li Yuanhao, then there was no need to talk about anything else. At this time, Li Qinglu had already exchanged blows with Murong Fu. No matter how weak Murong Fu was, he was still a character on par with North Chiao Feng. His time transposition and 100 schools of martial arts were more than enough to deal with a little girl. After all, Li Qinglu was young. She was younger than Murong Fu by more than 10 years, which meant that she had less than 10 years of kung fu. Naturally, she was at a disadvantage in this aspect. However, with her wave-like subtle steps and her exquisite kung fu of the Xiaoyao sect, she was not at a disadvantage in the fight. "Let's go see Li Yuanhao first." Song Qingshu put his arm around Yelu Nanxian's waist and was about to take her away when his expression changed and he stopped. "What's wrong?" Yelu Nanxian was puzzled. "Shoo, someone's coming." Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture. At this time, a cold voice came from the night sky. "Li Yenzong, how dare you?" Following that, a woman in white slowly flew down from midair. Her figure was slender and graceful, her dress fluttering in the wind like a fairy. She wore the same veil as Li Qinglu. It was Li Qiushui whom he had seen before. Beside her was an old man with white hair. He had a sage-like demeanor. It was star constellation old monster Ding Chuanqiu. In fact, according to age and seniority, Ding Chuanqiu was Li Qiushui's junior. However, when the two of them stood together, it was like a grandfather with his granddaughter. One couldn't help but admire Li Qiushui's cultivation method. Seeing Li Qiushui's arrival, Li Yenzong's expression changed. He immediately stopped and saluted. "Greetings, old consort." Li Qiushui snorted. "You still have this old consort in your eyes?" Li Yenzong said in a low voice. "Everyone has their own master, I hope old consort can forgive me. I want to see who your master is." Li Qiushui didn't move, but her sleeves swayed slightly. Li Yenzong's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on the empty space on his right. He twisted his wrist a few times and then pushed to the side. A nearby rock was instantly shattered. This was Li Qiushui's ultimate skill, the white rainbow palm force. It was silent and the fist force was not straight, but curved, making it impossible to defend against. Li Qiushui's expression turned grave when he saw the other party neutralize his palm energy. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the Murong clan's revolving star passage technique. Are you Murong Bo or Murong Fu?" Having his identity exposed, Li Yenzong's complexion also changed. However, before he could reply, he heard Li Qiushui continue, "Your revolving star passage technique hasn't reached the pinnacle yet, so it shouldn't be Murong Fu. It seems like it's that brat Murong Fu. I heard that you couldn't stay in the southern Song dynasty anymore, so you came to our western Xia to stir up trouble. As expected, you're not a peaceful person." Now, Li Yenzong had nothing to hide. He pulled off the beard and hair on his face and revealed his original face. Old Princess really has a keen eye. He originally wanted to show his original face to make Li Qinglu look at him in a different light. After all, no matter what, he was also a famous handsome man in the martial arts world. Unfortunately, Li Qinglu didn't even look at him, which hurt him quite a lot. Old Princess's divine power is unparalleled. I won't embarrass myself in front of old Princess. Goodbye. Calculating the time, he had completed the task of entangling Li Qinglu and others. Although he was conceited, he didn't dare to fight with the unfathomable old princess. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Li Qinglu was angry and was about to stop him, but she was stopped by Li Qiushui. "Don't waste time with him. Saving the emperor is more important." Li Qiushui pulled her and flew in the direction of the palace where the fire was rising. "At the same time," she said, "Xiao Ding, I leave Li Yenzong to you." Not far away, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Who was Xiao Ding? When he saw Ding Chuanxiu chasing Murong Fu excitedly, he realized that the white-haired old monster Ding was Xiao Ding in Li Qiushui's words. "Let's go." Song Qingshu was naturally not interested in watching the battle between Ding Chuanxiu and Murong Fu. Just now, he had wanted to rush to the palace where Li Yuanhao was. Unfortunately, Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanxiu suddenly came. In order not to expose his trace, he had to continue to hide. Now that they had all left, he naturally didn't hide anymore. Following behind Li Qiushui and Li Qinglu, not long after, a group of people suddenly rushed towards them. Behind them was a group of soldiers chasing them, and in front of them were several guards protecting a person who was escaping. The person in the lead was Li Yuanhao. However, the emperor who usually walked with majestic gait was now a bit miserable. His clothes were tattered and there were scars everywhere. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce battle. However, what was more eye-catching was his nose. It should be said that his nose used to be. At this time, he was holding a piece of cloth to cover his face. Even so, blood kept flowing out and flowed all over his hands and dragon robe. It was obvious that his nose had been cut off by a knife. "Your Majesty!" Li Qiushui exclaimed. Her figure flashed, and she used wave-like subtle steps to rush over. She raised her sleeves. No one knew how she did it, but the dozen or so soldiers chasing behind fell to the ground and died. "Old princess!" Recognizing Li Qiushui and Li Qinglu, Li Yuanhao finally let out a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Li Qiushui's expression was grave. Although she was also scheming against Li Yuanhao, the current situation was clearly far beyond her expectations. The crown prince brought a group of people to kill their way into the imperial palace. They slashed at me when they saw me. I don't know where the imperial guards in the imperial palace went. I could only run for my life in the direction of the inner palace. Li Yuanhao had just been drugged by Rouge Drunk and was in a state of sweet dreams. In the end, when Brother Ning came in and saw him, he slashed at him without any explanation. However, Li Yuanhao was usually very powerful. Crown Prince Brother Ning was a bit afraid for a moment. He had originally prepared to cut off his head, but the knife had gone astray and only cut off his nose. Li Yuanhao woke up from the pain. When he saw the murderous crown prince standing in front of him with a knife, he, who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, kicked the other away. He endured the pain and ran out. In the end, he came here under the protection of a few loyal guards. Brother Ning actually killed his father. He really is cruel and unscrupulous. Li Qiushui swore a few times and hurriedly tried to stop Li Yuanhao's bleeding. But his wound was too large. Adding on the fact that he had run all the way, how could he stop the bleeding? His body grew colder and colder, his vision gradually blurring. Feeling the essence of his life slowly flowing away, Li Yuanhao, who had survived the battlefield, knew that he wouldn't be able to make it this time. He had an ambitious personality and hurriedly stopped the other from stopping the bleeding. He said weakly, "Pass the decree. After we die, pass the throne to." Hearing his words, the surrounding people were all shocked. They all had their own thoughts and complicated expressions. Chapter 1761. As soon as these words were said, everyone present was shocked, including Li Qiushui. She had always been scheming to let her son Li Qianshun inherit the throne, and for this, she did not hesitate to disguise the technique of intercourse as a cultivation technique and imparted it to Li Yuanhao, causing him to unknowingly die. If Li Yuanhao really intended to pass the throne to Li Qianshun, why would she take such a big risk? The others were also confused. Although the crown prince was unfilial and would never pass the throne to him, there was still Prince Li Longzhua. They were both sons of the emperor. Why would he pass the throne to his younger brother? Do you know why I passed the throne to him? Li Yuanhao asked again, perhaps seeing Li Qiushui's confusion. Li Qiushui smiled bitterly. Your Majesty's foresight is not something an ordinary person can fathom. She was thinking that even if Li Yuanhao passed the throne to Li Longzhua, she would have pretended to be passing the throne to Li Qianshun. There were people on her side. Who would leak it? As for the emperor's guards, she could just kill them and push the blame to the crown prince's party. Could it be that Li Yuanhao predicted that I would do this and simply went with the flow? Unexpectedly, Li Yuanhao's eyes revealed the light of hatred. Today's matter is too strange. There must be something hidden behind it. Brother Ning, that silly man, definitely doesn't have the ability to break into the imperial palace without a sound. Moreover, during the whole process, the imperial guards of the imperial palace seemed to have disappeared, allowing the crown prince's people to enter. Li Yuanhao paused and rested for a long time before he had the strength to continue. The crown prince must be controlled by someone. He is only a chess piece. If I am not wrong, it is most likely Li Longzhua who is setting this up. Prince Yi? Li Qiushui's eyes flashed with surprise. Although she knew that Li Longzhua was not as peaceful and aloof as he appeared, she never imagined that he would be so generous. I have raised a few unfilial sons. All of them covet this great empire. They don't even care about the father-son relationship. Since that is the case, why should I pass the throne to them? Li Yuanhao said all this with resentment. Perhaps because he was too agitated, blood gushed out again. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but curl his lips. Li Yuanhao had stolen the crown prince's wife, so when had he ever cared about the relationship between father and son? Furthermore, there was no such thing as familial love in the imperial family. His sigh was a bit too hypocritical. However, he soon felt a little sad. He thought of his ambition to rule the world. He had so many confidants, and he would definitely have many children. Could it be that he was also destined to have a father and son fight and brothers fight each other? Just now, Li Yuanhao was like the final radiance of the setting sun. After saying those words, he used up all his strength. Soon, his eyes became blurry and he fell into a semi-conscious state. The imperial physicians who had just been summoned finally rushed over at this time. They worked on Li Yuanhao's body for a while, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. In the end, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed in apology. The emperor has already ascended to heaven. Of course they were afraid. In previous dynasties, when they encountered this kind of thing, it was fine if they encountered a reasonable one. But if they encountered an unreasonable one, they would directly blame the emperor's death on the imperial physicians and would often have them buried with him. Fortunately, at this time, Li Qiushui was happy that her son had obtained the throne and did not make things difficult for them. She directly ordered her subordinates to collect Li Yuanhao's body and then summoned her imperial brother Li Qianshun and several other important officials to enter the palace. She understood the principle that a long night brings many dreams. She wanted to settle this matter tonight. When tomorrow came to court, she would have her son sit in the throne room to receive congratulations from all sides. At that time, even if there were any Wangye with ill intentions, they would not be able to stir up any waves. Song Deji, what do we do now? Yelu Nanxian, who was hiding in the shadows and seeing everything, couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which, she should have been in Li Yuanhao's room just now. Something like regicide had happened tonight. If it was investigated in the future, she would definitely not be able to escape. Wait, Song Qingshu paused, looking outside the imperial city. Li Qianshun will most likely not ascend the throne so smoothly. Speaking of the crown prince who had just chopped off Li Yuanhao's nose, he was both afraid and excited. When the other fled in panic, he did not personally chase after him, only sending some subordinates. After all, the imperial palace was not his territory. It was better to be careful. Even if Hua Tuo was alive, he would not be able to cure such a serious injury. Li Yuanhao would undoubtedly die. Thinking that he was about to ascend the throne, Crown Prince Ningji's nervousness was quickly replaced by excitement. Worried that something might happen if he stayed in the imperial palace, he quickly fled back to the Crown Prince's residence. Mr. Qin, I did it. I am the Emperor, you are the Prime Minister. Hearing the servant report that she was waiting in the study, Ningji ran over excitedly. But his voice stopped abruptly because he saw that there was someone beside Qin, she who should not be there. Second brother, what are you doing here? The joy on Ningji's face instantly froze. Looking at the man beside him, it was Prince Li Liangzhua. I'm here to congratulate Big Brother. Li Liangzhua's face was full of a playful smile. No matter how stupid Ningji was, he could sense that something was wrong. This time, the eclipse purge was such a big event. Why would a direct competitor appear in his core territory? Without waiting for the other party to answer, Ningji turned around and left, only to find that the door had been locked from the outside. Ningji's expression changed drastically. He glared at Qin Shi fiercely. Why did you betray me? Qin Shi smiled slightly. I was never one of the Crown Prince's men, how could I betray him? A hint of confusion flashed in Ningji's eyes. I don't understand, your sister is considered my aunt, we have such a close relationship, why did you choose to rely on Li Liangzhua? Qin Shi replied calmly. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I only chose a wise ruler, and Prince Yi is better than the reckless and imprudent Crown Prince in every aspect. At this moment Li Liangzhua, who was at the side, also spoke up. Let me answer your doubts. There is another reason why Mr. Qin chose me, that is, the moment I saw his niece, I was shocked by her beauty and swore that I would not marry anyone else but her. Although the Qin family and the Mu family were related by marriage, deep down in your hearts, you only treated the Qin family as slaves. Now that the daughter of the Qin family has the potential to become the empress, how do you think they will choose? Ningji thought hard for a long time about who the niece he mentioned was. Suddenly, he thought of a beautiful face and blurted out, You mean Mu Wanqing? Chapter 1762. Mu Wanqing is clearly a member of the Mu family, my cousin. Brother Ning glared at Qin Shi fiercely. He could not understand why Qin Shi would give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. Qin Shi answered lightly, I believe everyone knows whether Wanqing is Mu Yuqi's daughter or not. We can only say that she is a daughter of the Qin family and has nothing to do with the Mu family. Naturally, she also has nothing to do with the Crown Prince. Brother Ning finally lost all hope. With a sudden roar, he pulled out his knife and slashed at Li Liangzhua. He wanted to catch Li Liangzhua off guard and kill the leader first. After Li Liangzhua's death, everything was set. There was still a string of blood on his knife. This was the blood from when he cut off Li Yuanhao's nose. He had just killed his father, and now he unhesitatingly swung the same knife at his brother. It was clear how tragic the internal strife of the imperial family was. Looking at the curved knife coming at him, Li Liangzhua had a mocking expression. He slowly raised his fist and lightly pushed forward. Brother Ning saw that he did not take out a weapon to block and was delighted. He thought, I'll cut off your hand. Just as he was about to meet the knife, he suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a galloping horse. His entire body felt like it was falling apart, and he could not take another step forward. Lowering his head to look at his chest in disbelief, Brother Ning realized that there was a fist-sized hole in his chest that had sunk in. He wanted to speak, but all his limbs and bones were in excruciating pain. He could not even move his tongue. The Kongtong sect's 7 wounding fists are renowned in the world. One practice causes 7 injuries, and all 7 are injured. Li Liangzhua pulled back his fist and lightly blew on it as if it was covered in dust. Imperial brother, you don't think that I've only been cultivating in the Kongtong sect for the past 10 years? Kiki. Brother Ning's chest heaved up and down rapidly. Obviously, he was very agitated at the moment. Unfortunately, the wound on his chest hastened his death. He let out some meaningless notes from his throat and finally fell to the ground, dead. When he died, his eyes were wide open. He was filled with unwillingness. He had clearly been one step away from the throne, just one step. Looking at Brother Ning's expression on the ground, Li Liang's face revealed a mocking expression. Yo, you still haven't died in peace. Lord Qin, cut off the head of this regicide traitor. Let's enter the palace. In the imperial palace, Li Qiushui summoned a group of ministers to the palace and announced everything that had happened tonight, as well as the death of Li Yuanhao. She then passed down an order to arrest the crown prince throughout the world. The ministers of the imperial court looked at each other in dismay. What happened tonight was really shocking. They didn't expect that the emperor, who had been walking with a majestic gait just a moment ago, would disappear just like that. Furthermore, the murderer was actually the crown prince. Of course, they did not doubt this. After all, in this period of time, Li Yuanhao had killed the Mu brothers and banished the empress to the cold palace. All of this was a signal that he was cutting off the crown prince's wings. Everyone was guessing if the crown prince would be forced to do something desperate. Today, Li Yuanhao had left the crown princess in the palace. Although he had done some face work and had exchanged a palace maid, this kind of thing could only deceive the middle and lower officials and the common people. How could it be hidden from the old foxes of the court? To reach this position, whose power was not deeply rooted, and who didn't have spies in the imperial palace, everyone was discussing that Li Yuanhao had gone too far in this matter. Many people even started to sympathize with the crown prince. So no one was surprised to learn that the crown prince had charged into the palace in anger to do such a thing. After arranging other matters, Li Qiushui finally announced Li Yuanhao's last will, passed the throne to his younger brother, Li Qianshun. At this time, many ministers were not calm. Although many of them supported Li Qianshun, there were also many people who were not on the same side as him. Hearing this, someone immediately said, "I wonder if the old princess has an edict of succession?" Li Qiushui's brow furrowed. She recognized this person as the 6th mansion messenger, Gao Huaichang. She couldn't help but snort. At that time, the emperor was on the brink of death and did not have the time to make a decree. Naturally, it was a verbal decree. The guards by the emperor's side can all testify. In reality, if she had to do it herself, she would definitely have made a series of things like the decree of succession and the imperial seal so that no one could find any flaws. But since Li Yuanhao had personally passed the throne to Li Qianshun, there was naturally no need for her to make those things so that others could find flaws and attack her. But she had never thought that there would still be people who would argue about the fact that there was no decree. At this time, another minister also spoke. What happened tonight is too strange. Moreover, it still needs to be investigated whether the one who assassinated the emperor was the crown prince. With the emperor's death, the crown prince should have succeeded the throne. Even without the crown prince, the emperor has other children, such as Prince Yi, Prince Liang, and so on. But now, he has hastily let his younger brother succeed the throne. It is really easy for people to think too much, and it will be difficult to stop the people's mouth. Li Qiushui said angrily, "What? Do you think that this palace has faked an imperial decree?" She recognized this minister as Mao Weixin, also a trusted aide of Li Long's faction. Mao Weixin laughed and said, "I didn't say that. Is the old princess feeling guilty?" His words were like a drop of water splashing into a pot of oil. The ministers immediately exploded. The ministers of Li Qianshun's faction all started to criticize, while those of Li Long's faction refuted in all kinds of ways. Those who were neutral were doubtful and tried to mediate. Song Qinshu, who was hiding in a corner not far away, shook his head. Although Li Qiushui's martial arts were high, her political skills were still lacking. Under such circumstances, she should not have summoned the ministers of Li Long's faction into the palace, even if they were important ministers of the imperial court. She should have gathered her own trusted aides, and at most a few neutral ones. She would first let Li Qianshuan's ascension to the throne establish the established facts before summoning the people of Li Long's faction. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the hall. Soon, someone ran in to report, "Prince Yi. Prince Yi has come in." Li Qianshun, who was standing at the side, had originally thought that ascending to the throne was a matter of course. In the end, he had suffered a few soft rebuffs and had long been suppressing his anger. Seeing his subordinate's flustered appearance, he couldn't help but say angrily, "If he's here, then he's here. Why are you panicking like this?" The little eunuch gulped and then added, "Prince Yi is holding a human head in his hand. The crown prince's head." As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy hall instantly quieted down. Just now, the order to arrest the crown prince had been issued. Many people were still wondering where the crown prince had hidden himself. They didn't expect him to appear so quickly and in such a tragic manner. Not long after, a fully armored Li Long's swaggered into the hall. Qin Shi and the others followed behind him. After entering the hall, Li Long's sharp eyes swept across the hall. Only then did he raise the head in his hand high up in the air, saying, "I found out that Brother Ning, this rebellious minister, actually entered the palace to commit regicide and murder his father. This is simply infuriating, so I have specially taken his head to comfort Imperial Father's soul in heaven." In the distance, Yelu Nanxian saw the bloody head in Li Long's hand and couldn't help but let out a low cry. She hurriedly turned around and hid in Song Qingshu's arms, not daring to look again. Although Brother Ning was very annoying, he was still her nominal fiancé. She couldn't bear to see him fall to such a tragic end. Chapter 1763. Li Qiushui thought of Li Yuanhao's last words and couldn't help but sneer, "You're really ruthless to kill your own brother." Li Liangzhou replied indifferently, "I should be the one saying that to uncle." Li Qianshun frowned, "What do you mean?" Li Liangzhou didn't answer and signaled Qin Shi with his eyes. Qin Shi stepped forward and said loudly, "Since ancient times, the son is the legal heir. There is no reason to pass it to the younger brother. Moreover, Prince Yi has captured the traitor Brother Ning and avenged his father. It is even more justifiable." The courtiers who were on Prince Yi's side all agreed. The neutral courtiers also felt that what he said was reasonable. Li Qiushui said coldly, "Just now, it was King Yi's men who kept saying that whether the crown prince was the murderer was yet to be investigated. In the end, King Yi directly killed the crown prince, leaving no evidence. I wonder what his intentions are." Mao Weixin stepped forward and said, "I did say that just now, but since the old princess and Prince Yi said the same thing, it must be the crown prince who killed the crown prince. Besides, what I said was completely for the Xia kingdom. I am a courtier of the Xia kingdom, loyal to the court and his majesty, not Prince Yi's men as the old princess said." Li Qiushui couldn't help but curse inwardly. Everyone knew that he was on the same level as King Yi, yet he still dared to lie through his teeth. These officials of the imperial court were really much more shameless than those people in the martial arts world. However, she couldn't be bothered to waste time with Mao Weixin and directly said, "Before the former emperor died, he personally passed the throne to my brother. There were so many people present, including the former emperor's personal guards. They can all testify." "Really?" Qin Shi showed a trace of a playful smile. "Then I really need to ask them about the situation at that time." Noticing his expression, Li Qiushui's heart skipped a beat. But now that things had come to this point, she couldn't say anything to stop him. He walked up to a few guards who were present at the scene and asked about what had happened before. The guards looked at each other and suddenly said, "At that time, the emperor had passed the throne to Prince Yi. As a result, The old princess and imperial uncle directly falsified the edict and even threatened the lives of our family members. So, we could only do as she said. Nonsense. Li Qianxuan's entire body was ice cold as he couldn't help but curse loudly. He had never expected that the situation would turn out like this. These people's sudden counterattack was fatal. Li Qiushui's pupils also constricted. She had left these guards in the hall to have them endorse her, to prove the legitimacy of her son. Who knew that they would betray her at the last minute? Good. I didn't think that you could even bribe the emperor's personal guards. You really have painstaking efforts and great abilities, Li Qiushui said through gritted teeth. But if Ben Gong really wanted to falsify the edict, how could Ben Gong leave these people alive and give them a chance to rebel? I would have silenced them long ago. There's no need to do this. The neutral ministers nodded secretly. Old princess's words were reasonable. Qin Shi directly replied. So the old princess admitted that she falsified the imperial edict, but she just forgot to kill them? Li Qiushui, Li Qianshun, Song Qinshu, who was hiding in the shadows, shook his head and smiled bitterly. In terms of arguing and pestering, how could Li Qiushui compare to the Qin family members who had fought with a group of mouths in the southern Song court? Li Qiushui finally became angry. She had never been a person with a good temper. After being repeatedly teased, her eyes were full of murderous intent. Back then, His Majesty shouldn't have taken in your Qin family. As expected, you are a group of people who bring disaster to the country and the people. Today, Ben Gong will clean up for His Majesty. Ding Chuanqiu, who was at the side, received the signal. He immediately spread his wings and flew towards Qin Shi. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the top of Qin Shi's head from afar. Once he managed to grab Qin Shi, there would definitely be 5 holes in Qin Shi's head. Moreover, he was proficient in poison technique. Even a little bit would be enough to kill Qin Shi. However, suddenly, a person flew out from the side and blocked his attack with a sword light. Ding Chuanqiu took a closer look and realized that it was Li Yenzong, who had fought with him before. He could not help but laugh in anger. Just now I let you escape with your life, and now you dare to appear again? Are you tired of living? Li Yenzong laughed coldly and said, Old monster Ding, I just didn't want to lower myself to your level. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Ding Chuanqiu put on a fake smile and said, Good. Let me experience your shifting stars and see if you can use my great art of transposition. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his goose feather fan and attacked. Li Yenzong was already prepared and directly swung his sword to meet the attack. The two of them instantly fought. Seeing that they could not determine the victor within a short period of time, Li Qiushui said to the Class 1 Hall elites beside her, Someone, King Yi is rebelling. Take him down. However, the Class 1 Hall elites looked at each other and no one made the first move. Duan Yanqing, who was the leader, had his eyes half closed as if he was asleep. Li Qiushui's heart sank. Duan Yanqing, what is the meaning of this? Duan Yanqing opened his eyes and replied calmly, Class 1 Hall has always been loyal to His Majesty. Now that the situation is unclear, we do not want to become a tool for some people to fight for power. Good. Li Qiushui gave him a deep look. Before he could say anything, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Who is making a ruckus in the hall? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly man walking in. He was fully dressed in armor and had one hand on the sword at his waist as if he could draw it at any time. His entire person was filled with a murderous aura. It was the great General Helian Taishu. The military power of Xixiao was jointly controlled by the emperor and the leaders of the various tribes. The Mu brothers were the leaders of the largest tribes and controlled nearly half of the military power. Helian Taishu represented the emperor and controlled the military power. After the death of the Mu brothers, He became the #1 person in the military. General Helion, you came at the right time. His Majesty has issued an imperial edict to make Qianshun the emperor, but Prince Yi refused to comply. Capture this traitor for me. Li Qiushui was overjoyed. It should be known that Helion Taishu was a direct descendant of the royal family and had a good relationship with her and Class 1 Hall. Unexpectedly, Helion Taishu replied coldly, "But I received news that it was the old princess and imperial uncle who issued a fake imperial edict." All the officials in the hall gasped. No one expected him to openly oppose the old princess. In this way, even if the emperor's will was true, Li Qianshun would not be able to become the emperor. Compared to Li Qianshun and the officials who supported him, Li Qiushui calmed down. She looked at Li Liangzhua deeply and said, "No wonder Prince Yi is so calm. It turns out that you have long been prepared." She could already see that Helion Taishu had obviously sided with Li Liangzhua. "You flatter me. Didn't the old princess also prepare a lot?" Li Liangzhua replied calmly. Li Qiushui's tone seemed to be full of admiration. "I have to admit that you are really far-sighted. Even I have fallen into your trap. It's a pity that you missed one thing." "What?" Li Liangzhua was also stunned. Chapter 1764. Li Qiushui knew very well that she and her son had fallen into a disadvantageous position. They had underestimated Li Liangzhua too much, and he had laid such a tight net that they couldn't fight back at all. Now the only way to turn defeat into victory was to use absolute force to capture the leader. As long as they subdued or even killed Li Liangzhua, their group would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and they could only obey orders. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to use the wave-like subtle steps to rush toward her opponent. Just look at Duanyu, who didn't know any martial arts before, relied on the exquisite wave-like subtle steps to survive in the dangerous Jianghu, and turned misfortunes into blessings countless times. Wave-like subtle steps was Li Qiushui's special skill. She had been immersed in this skill for decades, and her mastery of it was incomparable to Duanyu's. She instantly turned into a white shadow and rushed toward Li Liangzhua. In fact, there were many guards around Li Liangzhua. Seeing that something was wrong, they hurriedly took out their swords to intercept the white shadow. Unfortunately, the white shadow was like a wisp of smoke. Even if they cut it, it was like cutting the air, and they couldn't stop her at all. They could only watch her rush to Li Liangzhua. Seeing that she was about to touch him, Li Qiushui finally smiled, but suddenly there was a sound of something breaking through the air beside her. She originally wanted to seize the time to subdue Li Liangzhua even if she was injured. Unfortunately, when she looked to the side, she found that it was a few faintly discernible thin ice pieces. She couldn't help but be scared out of her wits. After fighting with Heaven Mountain Tonglao for a lifetime, how could she not recognize the killer move of her archenemy? She dared to use her profound cultivation to resist other attacks, but she didn't dare to take the life-death note. Once hit by the life-death note, it would be a living hell, and her life and death would be in the opponent's control. Li Qiushui shuddered at the thought of being controlled by Heaven Mountain Tonglao. She would rather die than accept it. Therefore, without hesitation, she gave up the idea of attacking Li Liangzhua. She waved her sleeves and swept the life-death notes aside. Then, she got ready to deal with the storm-like attacks from Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. Right at this moment, a sense of danger suddenly arose in her heart, and she hurriedly executed the subtle rippling steps to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late, and her back still suffered a heavy blow. She felt a sweetness in her throat as a mouthful of blood gushed out, instantly drenching the white silk in front of her. She used the water-treading subtle steps to increase the distance between them. She suddenly turned around and saw Li Liangzhua looking at her with a faint smile. She couldn't help but say hatefully, 7 wounding fists. Good, good, good. I actually forgot that you're still studying in the Kongtong sect. Learning Tao is fake, learning martial arts is real. Li Liangzhua smiled faintly. I've long heard that Taifei's martial arts are unfathomable. Seeing it today, it's just SOSO. You. Provoked by him, Li Qiushui felt her blood boil again. She thought that if it wasn't for the fact that all her attention was on guarding against eldest senior sister, she wouldn't have been taken advantage of by him. Mistress, are you all right? Seeing that Li Qiushui was injured, Ding Chuanxiu couldn't care less about fighting with Li Yenzong anymore. She quickly ran to her side, but when she saw the bloodstains on Li Qiushui's body, her heart sank. Imperial Grandmother! Li Qinglu also cried out in alarm, quickly flying to her side to protect her, worried that someone would take the opportunity to attack her. Little slut, I didn't think you'd be regressing the more you live, being injured to this extent by a junior. At this time, an old voice came from the entrance of the hall. The voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. Everyone's expression changed slightly. This voice came from afar, shaking the entire hall. Most importantly, everyone's emotions were completely controlled by her laughter, as if they wanted to dance along with her laughter. The ministers who didn't know martial arts were puzzled, but they weren't shocked. On the other hand, those who knew martial arts immediately realized that this was an effect that could only be achieved by someone with profound internal energy. Hearing that old voice, Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a strange expression on his face. This little loli came out to scare people again. She had such a beautiful milky voice, but she purposely pretended to have such an ugly old voice. Yelu Nanxian recognized this voice as well. Heavenly Mountain Maiden is here? Song Qingshu nodded and looked towards the source of the voice. The first thing that entered his eyes was still that petite and exquisite figure, but this time she was no longer alone. Behind her stood 4 delicate and beautiful young girls. Most importantly, these 4 young girls' appearances and figures were exactly the same. The only difference was the color of their clothes. With a single glance, he could tell that they were quadruplet. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. These are the 4 maids of Spirit Vulture Palace? They were called maids, but in reality, they were Heavenly Mountain Maiden's trusted subordinates. They could be considered half her disciples. However, the most memorable thing about them was that they were quadruplets. In the future, many people would fantasize about them. Twin sisters were already enough to make people's imaginations run wild, let alone quadruplet. That was why many people in the future were envious of Shuju's situation. Not only did he have the peerless Menggu, he also had 4 maids like these, and the entire Spirit Vulture Palace was filled with women. Song Qingshu quickly collected his thoughts and looked at the other group of people behind them. He saw that there were men and women, some handsome and some ugly, some monks, some Taoist priests, some with long sleeves fluttering in the wind, some with short clothes, some with long beards fluttering in the wind, and some with tall hair buns. Most of their clothes were strangely shaped, very different from the people of the Central Plains. More than half of them were holding weapons, and most of the weapons were also strangely shaped. He could not tell what they were. They should be the island masters and cave masters of the 36 islands and 72 caves. This time, Spirit Vulture Palace had come out in full force. Heavenly Mountain Maiden not only came down the mountain in person, but also summoned the island masters and cave masters under her control. They really wanted to finish this battle in one fell swoop. Song Qingshu thought it was normal. After all, Heavenly Mountain Maiden's biggest enemy was Li Qiushui. In the past, Li Qiushui could use the power of Xixia, which prevented her from taking revenge. This time, she finally waited for the Xixia to rise up, so she would not waste such a great opportunity. It seemed that Li Qiushui would not be able to escape this time. Old B***TCH, it turns out that you are behind this. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Seeing Heavenly Mountain Maiden, Li Qiushui ignored Li Liangzhua and stared at her fiercely. Seeing that the scarf on her face was stained with blood, Heavenly Mountain Maiden laughed loudly. You have been fighting with me all your life. I didn't expect that you would be defeated by me today. Li Qiushui sneered, You wish. It's not that easy to kill me. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao chuckled and said, In the past, you relied on the power of the Western Xia's Class 1 Hall. Although my martial arts were slightly better than yours, I couldn't do anything to you. But now, the Class 1 Hall has betrayed you, and your direct descendants have been restrained by the people of the 36 islands and 72 caves. Is that so? If that's the case, I will give you a big gift. Just as Li Qiushui finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Ding Chuanxiu's vest. She threw him towards Heavenly Mountain Maiden like a ball. Although Ding Chuanxiu's martial arts were not as good as Li Qiushui's, he would not be restrained by her in one move. It was all because he was not prepared for her to attack him. Moreover, the current situation was really dangerous. His mind was spinning rapidly, trying to think of a way to break out of the situation, which caused him to be distracted. Chapter 1765. Li Qiushui took the opportunity to rush out of the hall. She understood that with the addition of Heaven Mountain Tonglao and her group, the situation was hopeless. The only thing she could do was to try to escape with her life. Thus, she did not hesitate to use Ding Chuanxiu as a hidden weapon and threw it at her opponent while she used wave-like subtle steps to escape. As she expected, Heaven Mountain Tonglao was held up by Ding Chuanxiu. The people of the 36 islands and 72 caves were in a hurry to avoid his poisonous powder. No one had the time to stop her. Unfortunately, the people of Vulture Palace were held up, but Li Liangzuo was not. He appeared in front of her in a flash. His fist of 7 damages had reached perfection, forcing Li Qiushui to stop. What's so great about the fist of 7 damages? Li Qiushui snorted coldly. Her palms turned into fists and she used the fist of 7 damages to meet the attack. Li Liangzuo couldn't help but be greatly shocked when he saw his opponent execute the exact same fist technique, and it was even more exquisite, and his imposing manner instantly weakened by 30%. If it wasn't for his opponent being heavily injured, he might have perished on the spot in this short period of time. Li Qiushui knew the condition of her body, and Li Liangzuo's martial arts were beyond her imagination. She could only suppress the thought of subduing him and take the opportunity to run out. Unfortunately, a strand of murderous wind suddenly shot over from the side. If Li Qiushui continued forward, it would be equivalent to walking into a trap. If it was under normal circumstances, she would just take this wind and then take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, she was already heavily injured. If she took another hit, she wasn't sure if she would have the strength to escape. With a tap of her foot, she moved a few feet in the air and dodged the fatal gust of wind. However, she also lost the opportunity to escape. She looked at Duan Yanqing, who was in front of her, and said coldly, Damned cripple, I have treated you well. Why did you betray me? Duan Yanqing propped up his Damascus steel staff and used ventriloquism to release a voice that was as unpleasant to the ears as that of an owl. The old concubine has indeed treated me well, but she only treats me as a normal elite and treats me as a pet. The old concubine must know the reason behind why I joined Class 1 Hall, but she has never shown any intention to help me over the years. Then, I can only ask for help from someone else. Li Qiushui frowned. Naturally, he knew his goal in joining Class 1 Hall. His main goal was to use Western Xia's power to help him restore his country. However, right now, Duan Jingming and Duan Zhengchun had a solid foundation in Dali, and there was no way a normal person would want to offend another country for a half-cripple. He didn't expect Li Liangzuo to be willing to spend so much for the throne, completely abandoning the interests of the country. Your sun finger is pretty good, but you're still far from Reverend Yiding's level. You're still not good enough to stop me. Li Qiushui didn't waste any more time. Duan Yanqing's expression froze. He lifted his Damascus steel staff and continuously fired sun finger. He was wary of Li Qiushui's martial arts, especially her amazing wave-like subtle step. He didn't dare to fight her in close combat and could only attack from a distance, but that was enough. As long as he could stall her, he would win. In truth, he had been in Class 1 Hall for a long time, and he had always been wary of this unfathomable old concubine. If he had a choice, he would definitely not dare to fight against her. But this time, he had betrayed her. If he didn't get rid of her today, he would definitely not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Li Qiushui used her lightness skill to easily dodge several sun finger attacks, but she still couldn't close the distance between them. She was a little annoyed and shouted angrily, "Go away, you stupid cripple!" While speaking, she extended her hand and pressed it to the side. Duan Yanqing was stunned. "I'm here, why are you hitting the air?" Just when he was about to fire Sun Finger again, the Damascus steel staff on the ground suddenly felt a huge force coming from it. He could no longer maintain his balance and fell to the ground in a pathetic manner. At that moment, he finally realized that this was the legendary White Rainbow Palm Force. The Palm Force could turn, and it lived up to its name. In the distance, Song Qingshu nodded. Duan Yanqing could actually be considered as a first-class player in world of martial art. The main reason why Li Qiushui could defeat him so easily even though she was heavily injured was because of her good judgment. She knew that Duan Yanqing's legs were broken, so his lower body was his weakness. That was why she didn't direct her palm force to his body, but to the staff that supported him. When he saw that Li Qiushui was about to break through the last line of defense and rush out of the hall, a sword suddenly pierced through the ground. It was Li Yenzong. He had the same thought as Duan Yanqing. He knew that he had betrayed Li Qiushui this time. If he let her escape, he might not be able to sleep peacefully for the rest of his days. Li Qiushui's heart sank. If she was at her peak, she naturally wouldn't care about him. But now the key was that Murong Fu's family had a long history of martial arts. Even though it was difficult for his martial arts to reach the top level, he had no obvious weaknesses with his revolving star passage technique and knowledge of many schools. He wasn't like Duan Yanqing who could win quickly. If he wasted any time today, he would definitely die. Fortunately, a shout came from the side. Li Qinglu rushed out and blocked Li Yenzong. While fighting, she quickly said, "Imperial Grandmother, I'll take care of this. Go quickly." Li Yenzong's expression changed. The sword in his hand became even sharper. Unfortunately, Li Qinglu had received Li Qiushui's teachings. Her martial arts were extremely exquisite. How could he get rid of her? Seeing that Li Qinglu was covering for her, Li Qiushui hesitated. But in the end, she still rushed out. She was very clear that if she stayed, everyone would die. If she escaped, the other party would be afraid of hurting her, and Li Qinglu and the others might be able to keep their lives. It was a pity that Li Liangzhua had already recovered by this time. Together with Great General Helian Taishu, he blocked her path. Li Qiushui used the same old trick, no longer using the more exquisite White Rainbow Palm Force, but instead using the Seven Injures Fist with immense destructive power. Li Liangzhua was bewildered as he parried. "Where did you learn this 7 wounding fists?" The 7 wounding fists was a secret of the Kong Tong sect. Other than a manuscript that Xie Sun had stolen, the Kong Tong sect had only passed it on to him. Where did the other party learn it? And from the looks of it, the other party's level was clearly above his. Li Qiushui giggled like a coquettish girl. "I don't only know the 7 wounding fists. I know the Beggar Clan's 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Shaolin's Prajna Palm, Great Guardian Deity Fist, and Mount Meru Palm. If you want to learn, I can teach you." Although he knew that the other party was trying to distract him, Li Liangzhua was still a bit tempted. These palm techniques were all the best in the world. If he could really learn them, thinking like this, his hands slowed down a bit. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill the other party. He changed his mind and decided to capture the other party alive and interrogate her about these secret techniques. At this time, Tianshan Tonglao shouted, "Don't be fooled by that little slut. She doesn't know those ultimate techniques. She only imitated your 7 wounding fists with the little phaseless technique." Chapter 1766. Ding Chuanxiu's martial arts were not very good, but he was most feared for his ability to use poison and his extremely vicious great art of dissolving. Even Sky Mountain Tonglao was a little afraid of hurting him. However, her Sky Mountain Plum Breaking Hand was the best grappling skill in the world. With just a few moves, Ding Chuanxiu was in a difficult situation. Ding Chuanxiu only felt that there were countless shadows of hands in front of him. He knew that he would be captured soon. After a dozen moves, he quickly shouted and took the opportunity to jump back. Sky Mountain Tonglao was afraid of his great art of dissolving. She was not willing to attack before she figured out the situation. Moreover, she was more concerned about another person. After forcing Ding Chuanxiu back, she immediately looked to the side. At this time, because of her reminder, Li Liangzhou regained his confidence. At the same time, he no longer showed mercy. Li Qiushui was suddenly in a difficult situation. "Little bitch, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Sky Mountain Tonglao grinned and no longer paid attention to Ding Chuanxiu. She directly pounced on Li Qiushui. Ding Chuanxiu, who was standing on the side, rolled his eyes. He wanted to seize the opportunity to run away, but he was blocked by the 4 maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. With the help of the people from the 36 islands and 72 caves, even if Ding Chuanxiu's martial arts were superior, he still couldn't escape. Li Qiushui's martial arts were not as good as Sky Mountain Tonglao's, not to mention that she was heavily injured. After a few moves, she was hit in the chest by the opponent, and a few of her ribs were immediately broken. If it were not for the magic of wave-like subtle steps, she did not know how many times she would have died in this short period of time. She spat out another mouthful of blood. Li Qiushui felt that her strength was gradually draining. Now she might really die here. Li Liangzhou laughed and said, "Old princess, quickly surrender. Today, even if the gods come, they can't save you. If you surrender, I might spare your life." He was very interested in Li Qiushui's little phaseless skill and wave-like subtle step. He wanted to capture her and force these 2 skills out. Besides, she had been in charge of Class 1 Hall for many years, so she must have a lot of secrets in her hands. They were all worth questioning. Even though Li Qiushui was in a sorry state, her voice was still charming and moving. She giggled. "I'm afraid a junior like you can't make the decision on this matter. Even if you want to spare my life, that slut Wu Xingyun will not agree." Hearing her words, Li Liangzhu's heart sank instinctively. He also knew the grudge between the 2 of them. Heaven Mountain Tonglao would never let her go. Even so, when he thought about how he was about to become the emperor, but he still couldn't keep his word, he felt a little unhappy. In the distance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Li Qiushui. Even in such a situation, he still tried to sow discord between his enemies, and achieved the desired effect with just a few words. "Don't listen to him trying to drive a wedge between us. My Vulture Palace's martial arts are many times better than hers. When the time comes, I'll teach you a few." Although Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was a little rash and hot-tempered, she had lived for almost 100 years after all. She could see through Li Qiushui's intention at a glance. Li Liangzhou smiled slightly. "Tonglao is too serious. Why would I fall into her trap?" As for whether he really fell into her trap, only he himself knew. At this moment, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, Li Liangzhou, Helian Taishu, Duan Yanqing, and the other experts were all attacking Li Qiushui. Even if Li Qiushui was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to withstand them, let alone now that she was seriously injured. Very quickly, she received a few more heavy blows. Li Qiushui's vision became a little blurry. Suddenly, a thought arose in her mind. If Wu Yazi was here, he definitely wouldn't sit and watch me be bullied like this. However, she quickly thought about what she had done all these years. It was already good enough that Wu Yazi didn't hit her when she was down. Why would he help her? Although she had always thought that she hated Wu Yazi, she didn't expect him to be the first man she thought of when she was dying. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao saw an opening and slammed her palm towards her opponent's forehead. Her Heavenly Mountain 6-yang palm was hard and fierce. Once it landed, even rocks would be smashed into pieces, not to mention a human's flesh and blood. She hated Li Qiushui to the extreme, so even if she wanted to kill her, she had to use a cruel method. Didn't the other party care about her beauty the most? Then this palm would smash her head into mush, so that she would be an ugly ghost even in the netherworld. Imperial Grandmother Li Qinglu, who was not far away, couldn't help but be furious when she saw this scene. Unfortunately, she was entangled with Li Yenzong and couldn't come over at all. As for Li Qianshun and the others, they were already under the control of Li Longzuo's subordinates and were even more powerless. Looking at the other party's rapidly descending palm, Li Qiushui could only close her eyes in despair. However, after waiting for a while, the expected pain didn't come. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. She opened her eyes and found herself in the arms of a man in a white robe. Although the other party was wearing a mask, the exposed skin showed that he was as fair as jade. In addition, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was light, making him look like an immortal. At this moment, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao felt as if she was struck by lightning. She looked at the two of them with trembling fingers. Wave-like subtle steps. Junior, is that you? Li Longzuo and the others were shocked when they heard this. Wu Yazi. Just now, the other party had rushed into the battle circle of the few masters and forcefully snatched Li Qiushui away at the critical moment. Their attacks all missed. In the entire Jianghu there were probably only a handful of people with such skills. Ding Chuanqiu, who was not far away, widened his eyes. He thought to himself, didn't I break all of Wu Yazi's meridians? Why did he suddenly appear here? However, the qinggong that the other party used just now was indeed wave-like subtle step. Moreover, it could be seen that it couldn't be performed without decades of cultivation. Looking at the other party's immortal aura, he really looked like Wu Yazi. Moreover, Li Qiushui was his wife, and Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was his senior sister. He couldn't be mistaken. For a moment, Ding Chuanqiu even thought of seeking refuge with Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. The masked man didn't stop at all. He carried Li Qiushui and ran out. Li Longzuo and the others wanted to stop him, but his wave-like subtle steps was too exquisite. He walked even better than Li Qiushui, and all kinds of fatal attacks hit the air. With a few leaps, the man disappeared into the distance with Li Qiushui. The group of people chased after him for a few steps and immediately gave up. The man was too fast, and they couldn't catch up at all. Chapter 1767. The mysterious man took Li Qiushui away from the imperial palace in a few leaps, which amazed her. Wu Yazi, I haven't seen you for so many years. Your lightness skill is getting better and better. Li Qiushui's whole body felt soft, perhaps because of her serious injury. She felt like she was going to melt as she leaned on the mysterious man's body and sensed his manly aura. The mysterious man frowned and pushed her aside. Don't call me your husband. Ouch, Li Qiushui groaned. I'm seriously injured, but you're still so rough. You're so cruel. Even Tianshan Tonglao could recognize that he wasn't Wu Yazi. How could Li Qiushui, who had been married to Wu Yazi for so many years, not recognize him? At first, she did make a mistake, but she soon realized it. She didn't say it out loud but played along. After all, this man's martial arts was unfathomable, and she didn't know whether he was a friend or a foe. She was seriously injured and didn't have the ability to fight back. She might as well use her advantage as a woman to make the man feel pity for her and escape. If you were a little girl, I wouldn't have been able to resist. But when I think of your age, I feel disgusted. The mysterious person was naturally Song Qingshu. He had just been hiding near the main hall and had witnessed Li Qiushui being attacked from all sides. She was about to die on the spot. Considering that she was Li Qingluo's mother, if Li Qingluo found out in the future that he did nothing to save her, who knew how she would react? Of course, apart from the factor of Li Qingluo, he was more concerned with the current situation. Originally, he and Yelu Nanxian had planned to familiarize themselves with Li Yuanhao in the Imperial Palace and then replace him with Li Yuanhao. In the end, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. First, the Crown Prince killed Li Yuanhao, then Li Liangzhua killed the Crown Prince, and then there was a big fight with the Taifei and Imperial Uncle. If he didn't do anything, Li Liangzhua would be the one to successfully sweep away all the obstacles and ascend to the throne. In that case, his trip to the Western Xia would be in vain, and his efforts would be in vain. Only by keeping Li Qiushui alive could he keep the balance. Then he would have room to play. Li Qiushui felt a little embarrassed by the other party's words. He could only bow and say, "Many thanks to benefactor for saving my life. May I know benefactor's name? I will definitely repay you in the future." "There's no need to repay me." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "You and I have some history. Saving you this time was just a small effort." Naturally, he would not reveal his relationship with Li Qingluo. Otherwise, how would he be able to happily act cool? He could only call her mother-in-law or auntie. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Origin? Li Qiushui looked at him in surprise, wondering what kind of relationship he had with him. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt his blood boil, and he couldn't help but vomit blood again. Song Qingshu frowned. "Your injuries are too severe. Sit down quickly. I'll treat your injuries." Li Qiushui nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground to heal her injuries. Song Qingshu directly pressed on the major acupuncture point on her back, and a strong stream of inner force flowed into her to heal her injuries. There were several wounds on her body. There were from Heaven Mountain Maiden, Li Liangzhua, Duan Yanqing, Helian Taishu, and others. Of course, the most severe was Li Liangzhua's 7-wounding fist. If it weren't for Li Qiushui's profound inner force, that earth-shattering 7-wounding fist would have broken her meridians and killed her on the spot. Feeling the strong inner force coming from her back, Li Qiushui was secretly shocked. This person's inner force was unfathomable. For a moment, she even thought of using the Dark North Divine Art to absorb the other party's inner force. But now that she was heavily injured, and the other party's martial arts were too high, she was worried that she might accidentally backfire. She had to give up on that risky idea. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Song Qingshu withdrew his palm. "I've temporarily suppressed your injuries. Next, find a place to heal yourself. With your inner force, you should be more or less healed in a month or so." If he was alone, he could heal her for a while longer. But Yelu Nanxian was still waiting in the palace. He couldn't waste too much time. "Thank you, benefactor," Li Qiushui said weakly, holding her chest. Feeling the blood on her face, she couldn't help but frown. She pulled it off and threw it to the side. Song Qingshu was about to leave, but when he saw her appearance, he couldn't help but stop in shock. Why are you still so young?" The woman in front of him was dressed in white. Her figure was slender and graceful. Her features were like a painting, her eyes were bright, and her skin was as white as snow. She didn't look like an old woman, but a young woman in the prime of her youth. No wonder when Duan Yu saw her jade statue in the Wuliang Mountains, he was immediately bewitched. She had an otherworldly aura, but upon closer inspection, there was a seductive charm between her brows. She was truly the embodiment of an angel and a devil. How could a hot-headed young man like Duan Yu resist her temptation? Feeling the other's shock, Li Qiushui smiled faintly, when one's internal energy reaches a certain level, one can naturally maintain their appearance. Adding to the fact that our Xiao Yao sect's martial arts are good at maintaining one's youth, I look much younger than others. Song Qingshu hadn't been in this wuxiao world for a long time. Although he had guessed from the examples of Zhu Yuyan and the others that internal energy was a great help in maintaining one's appearance, he hadn't experienced it himself. Now that Li Qiushui had confirmed it, he couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous power of internal energy. "That's right, wasn't your face scratched by Heaven Mountain Maiden Granny? Why can't I see it now?" Song Qingshu noticed an anomaly and couldn't help but ask. "So Benefactor also knows about the grudge between me and that B***tch. Li Qiushui touched her cheek. Usually, her voice was gentle and moving, but when she mentioned Heaven Mountain Maiden Granny, it was filled with murderous intent. That's right, she was the one who destroyed my face. However, when Ding Chuanxiu was researching poisons, he accidentally came up with an elixir that could reduce scars. Coupled with the constant nourishment from my own internal energy, my face has gradually recovered to its original state." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that old poison Ding Chuanxiu to have such an ability. If he was in the future, he could easily become the richest man in the world just by relying on this elixir that could restore one's appearance. "You're lucky." Song Qingshu smiled and was about to leave. Li Qiushui hurriedly called out to him, "Benefactor, wait." Song Qingshu turned around with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter?" Li Qiushui said softly, "Benefactor, can you take off the mask?" Afraid that he would misunderstand something, she hurriedly added, "Benefactor naturally isn't someone who asks for favors, but I can't be at ease and pretend that nothing happened. At least let me know what Benefactor looks like. In the future, I won't have to eat vegetarian and pray for Benefactor every night." Song Qingshu instantly laughed. "Don't, if a demoness like you prays for me, I'm afraid that Buddha will blame me." Li Qiushui, "Fine, we'll definitely meet again in the future. To prevent us from killing each other at that time, it's good to let you know what I look like." Song Qingshu didn't want to be dragged down by Li Qiushui in the end, so he took off the mask on his face. In any case, they would be familiar with each other. When she saw his face clearly, Li Qiushui's mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost be stuffed in. She couldn't recover for a long time. If a little fangirl looked at him with such eyes, Song Qingshu would naturally be very happy. However, when he thought of the other party's age, he felt a little scared. "Is there something on my face?" Chapter 1768. Li Qiushui laughed softly. "I thought you would be an old man with a long beard since you are so skilled in martial arts. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome." Song Qingshu was rather pleased to be praised by such a person, but on second thought, Li Qiushui had always liked handsome young men. She wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, would she? He had to admit that Li Qiushui was both pure and seductive at this moment. She was like a goddess from the heavenly palace, but also like a seductive witch. This kind of temperament was really unique. If he met such a charming woman without knowing anything, he wouldn't mind having a relationship beyond friendship. But knowing her identity was a bit of a pain in the ass. Thinking about her current age, her past, and especially her relationship with Li Qingluo, if she still had any desires, then she would be a little too careless. "I thought you were an old granny. I didn't expect you to be like a little girl." Song Qingshu deliberately pointed out her age. "I have something to do and will leave first. Be careful." Li Qiushui covered her mouth and laughed. "Thank you, young master. This place is dense with forests and transportation is convenient. If I was still caught, I wouldn't be worthy of your help." "That's good," Song Qingshu instructed. "Find a safe place and recuperate in seclusion." Li Qiushui nodded. "I know. After so many years in Xixia, it's easy to find a place like this. I will definitely repay young master's kindness today after I recover from my injuries." You don't need to thank me. I can only say that you have a good granddaughter. Song Qingshu wanted to say that she had a good daughter, but he felt that it would be too obvious. Li Qingluo might not want her mother to know about their relationship, so he could only say it ambiguously. If not for Wang Yuyan's guidance back then, he would not be where he was today. So all this time, he had a good impression of that weak young girl. Because of this, he had saved Li Qiushui because he loved her. Li Qiushui was stunned as she watched him leave. He had a good granddaughter? Could it be that he and Qinglu Li Qiushui couldn't help but be delighted? Her granddaughter's beauty was out of this world, and she usually had her eyes on the top of her head. When she asked her if she had someone she liked, she wouldn't say, causing her to have the idea of having a martial arts competition to find a husband. It was only because the Mongolian prince was seriously injured by the assassination that it was delayed. She didn't expect that she would be able to get along with such a person without a sound. They were really a match made in heaven. Could it be that he was in such a hurry to save Qinglu? The heavens really don't want me to die. With the help of such a peerless expert, why should I worry that I can't succeed? But looking at the state of the two of them, they should still be in an ambiguous stage. Should I lend them a hand? After all, Li Qiushui had spent quite a bit of time with her granddaughter, Li Qinglu, and didn't realize that the other person was referring to her granddaughter far away in Jiangnan. As a result, there was a beautiful misunderstanding. As for the series of events that happened, that was a story for another time. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu rushed as fast as lightning to the palace. Just now, in order to save Li Qiushui, he could only temporarily leave Yelu Nanxian in the palace. Although her hiding place was very safe, she had been away for so long. It was better to be safe than sorry. When he arrived at the palace, he found that the main hall had already been settled. Li Qianshun and even Li Qinglu were nowhere to be seen. Even Heaven Mountain Tong Lao and the people from Vulture Palace were nowhere to be found. Only Li Liangzhua and his confidants were left there, looking like they were discussing some procedures for the coronation. I wonder how Li Qinglu is. Seeing the bloodstains on the main hall, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Although it was hard to say that he had any relationship with Li Qinglu, but if such an important character in the novel had died just like that, it would really make one sigh. Very quickly, he found Yelu Nanxian's hiding place. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Before he could speak, the young girl had already thrown herself into his arms. "Brother Song, it's good that you're all right." Looking at her nervous face, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh and feel a surge of warmth. In this world, there was someone who was always thinking about your safety, worrying about you. This feeling was really good. Silly girl, my martial arts are so high, what could have happened to me? Song Qingshu gently wiped away the tears on her face, his tone full of tenderness. So many masters chased after you. Seeing him return safely, Yelu Nanxian's tears gradually turned into a smile. Each one of them was a legendary top master in the martial world. Even someone like Li Qiushui almost lost his life on the spot. An old demon like Ding Chuanxiu died just like that. Of course I couldn't help but worry. Song Qingshu was startled. Ding Chuanxiu died? Yelu Nanxian nodded and told him what happened after he left the hall. It turned out that he had saved Li Qiushui. Ding Chuanxiu saw that the situation wasn't right and immediately wagged his tail and begged for mercy. On the surface, Heaven Mountain Tong Lao agreed and accepted his surrender. Ding Chuanxiu let out a sigh of relief, thinking that even if he sold his skills to Li Liangzhua, he would still be able to make a name for himself. He couldn't help but let down his guard. Who would have thought that Heaven Mountain Tong Lao would suddenly attack and use the Heaven Mountain 6 yang palms to shatter his heart meridians? It turned out that Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao had already heard about how he plotted against Wu Yazi. Thinking that her lover had turned into a skeleton decades ago, she was furious. She decided to give Ding Chuanxiu a taste of revenge by giving him a taste of what it was like to be retaliated against. Ding Chuanxiu died just like that? Although Song Qingshu was surprised, he also felt that it was reasonable. Although Heaven Mountain Tong Lao looked like a pretty little girl, she had a fiery temper. On top of that, she had been thinking about Wu Yizi day and night for so many years, becoming a demon in her heart. Knowing that Wu Yizi died because of a plot, how could she let Ding Chuanxiu go? But thinking about how someone he was familiar with had fallen to his knees just like that, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Ding Chuanxiu was vicious, but he hadn't had any conflicts with him all these years, so he didn't really hate him. What happened next? Song Qingshu asked. As the two of them walked out of the palace, Yalu Nanxian said, Li Qinglu was outnumbered and was quickly subdued. Li Qianshun and his subordinates had long lost their morale and were caught in one fell swoop. Li Liangzhua threw Li Qianshun and his confidants into prison on the charge of participating in the Crown Prince's rebellion. As for Li Qinglu, he only put her under house arrest, but didn't say how to deal with her. This is not unexpected. After all, Li Qinglu's beauty has spread far and wide. The entire Western Xia says that she is beautiful and elegant, unparalleled. A few Mongolian princes saw her by chance and couldn't forget her. That's why there was the Western Xia marriage contest. However, Su Liewu was assassinated, causing the marriage contest to be put on hold. No matter how bold Li Liangzhua is, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her and risk offending the Mongolians. At this time, a group of palace guards walked towards them. Song Qingshu put his arm around Yalu Nanxian's waist and used his lightness skill to fly out of the palace. That's right, I'm also wanted. After the two of them left the palace, Yalu Nanxian smiled bitterly. In theory, she was with Li Yuanhao when he was killed. But after the incident, no one knew her whereabouts. Naturally, people suspected that she was also involved in the coup. However, considering her special identity, Li Liangzhua didn't want to become enemies with Liao at such a sensitive time. Instead, he sent people to investigate in secret. Chapter 1769. Where is it? Yalu Nanxian was puzzled. The two of them had no friends in the Western Xia, and they couldn't return to the only diplomatic mission they knew, so they couldn't think of a safe place to hide. Jietan Temple. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but still told her the destination. Currently, the whole of Spirit State City was in a state of panic. Soldiers were everywhere searching for Li Qiushui, and spies were investigating Yalu Nanxian's situation. Jietan Temple was the safest place, because it was the place where the sinners were placed. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. They could have stayed in the palace, but Song Qingshu couldn't stay with Yalu Nanxian all the time. It was too dangerous to leave her in the palace when he was out on business. Jietan Temple was much better, and there was Mu Wanqing and Qin Hongmian who could take care of each other. Of course, Jietan Temple also had another problem, and that was how to explain Mu Wanqing's existence to Yalu Nanxian, and how to introduce Yalu Nanxian to Mu Wanqing. When they arrived at Jietan Temple on the way, Yalu Nanxian learned about his and Mu Wanqing's past. She faintly sighed. I knew you were a womanizer from the moment I met you. At that time, I was still wondering why those women were so stupid. I didn't expect that one day I would also have such a day. Song Qingshu also looked apologetic. It's my fault. You treated me wholeheartedly, but I couldn't repay you wholeheartedly. Yalu Nanxian shook her head. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Throughout history, men with great ability are surrounded by countless women. To be able to treat women as equals like Song Dage, to be so considerate, it's rare. Actually, I'm not as good as you say. Being praised by her, Song Qingshu felt embarrassed. At the same time, he secretly thought that there were still things to learn from the feudal society. If he dared to do this in the future, blood would be spilled on the spot. In fact, this wasn't just because the mainstream values of this era were more male-oriented. Another important reason was that when Yelu Nansien first met him, she knew that he had many female friends by his side. Therefore, in this aspect, she didn't expect much from him. If she knew that he was a loyal and devoted person, and now he dared to have a foot on two boats, she most likely wouldn't be able to accept it. Therefore, one must be very careful when playing with one's public persona. If one was not careful, they would end up like those celebrities in the future. Their public persona would collapse at every turn, and it would often bring about a devastating blow. Song Qingshu knew that it was not wise to continue this topic, so he tried to change the subject. I saved Li Qiushui. She will definitely make a comeback after she recovers from her injuries. She has been running Xixia for decades, and her network of forces is intricate. She won't be defeated so easily. When the time comes, we will watch the fire from the other side and see if we can find any opportunities. Well, Big Brother Song, don't be impulsive. Don't take any risk. If worst comes to worst, we'll just leave Xixia. Yelu Nansien said a few words, and then quickly changed the topic. All right, tell me more about Miss Mu. Seeing her preoccupied look, Song Qingshu knew that she was worried about how to get along with the other party. Her heart was restless, so he apologetically held her hand and gently comforted her. He also told her about Mu Wanqing's matter. Of course, he was selective about these things. He ignored some of the details of love, and mostly introduced the Mu family's matter this time. He even told her about how Li Yuanhao ran into Qin Hongnian's bedroom, intending to have an affair with her. Yelu Nansien was also exceptionally intelligent. She easily guessed his little schemes, but she didn't choose to expose him. She just listened quietly, and in her mind, she had a general outline of Mu Wanqing's image and character. Finally, they arrived at Jietan Temple. There were still soldiers guarding the perimeter of the temple. However, the events that happened in Lingzhou City in the past 2 days had made everyone anxious. The soldiers at the bottom were even more anxious. How many of them would seriously guard the temple? Song Qingshu easily sneaked in with Mu Wanqing. The monks in the temple were also obviously discussing the conflict in the imperial court. They didn't see many people along the way. When they arrived at Mu Wanqing's room, she was talking to Qin Hongnian. When she saw Song Qingshu suddenly appear, she couldn't help but jump toward Song Qingshu. Big Brother Song, I haven't heard from you for the past few days. I thought something happened to you. Mu Wanqing unreservedly spoke her mind. On the side, Qin Hongnian saw this prospective son-in-law and subconsciously thought of what happened a few nights ago. She couldn't help but blush, not knowing how to face her. Hey, this is? Mu Wanqing finally noticed Yelu Nansien behind Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu could only nervously explain to her. When they learned that she was the future crown princess, and that it was because of her beauty that the rumors in the streets said that it was her beauty that caused the father and son to kill each other, both mother and daughter's expressions changed. I came to Xixia this time to use my identity as a marriage escort general as a cover. Seeing Mu Wanqing's expression, Song Qingshu explained with a wry smile. I thought you came here specifically to propose marriage. I didn't expect you to come here for another woman. Mu Wanqing bit her lip, tears welled up in her eyes. But she forcefully held them back. She had always been a little jealous. In the original work, even Zhong Ling and Duan Yu, who had a good relationship with each other since childhood, would make her jealous. In this world, she and Song Qingshu had gone through a lot of hardships, so she could reluctantly turn a blind eye to the women by his side. But now that she saw Yelu Nansien, she still couldn't help but feel wronged and irritated. Mother, what you said before was right. There isn't a single good man. Mu Wanqing simply ignored him and directly ran over to her mother's shoulder. Song Qingshu had a headache. It really wasn't easy to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. Helpless, he could only give Qin Hongmian a meaningful look, asking her to help him out. Noticing him winking at her, Qin Hongmian's face turned red. She thought, "Why are you looking for me?" Originally, with her fiery temper, she would most likely help her daughter scold this group of stinky men. But when she thought of what happened that night, she inexplicably felt a little guilty. She hurriedly said to her daughter, "Wan, don't mess around. It's improper to leave the princess hanging here." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Why did she speak up for outsiders? She didn't want outsiders to know about what happened that night. Could it be that the other party would dare to reveal it in front of Wan? However, her casual words woke Mu Wanqing up a little. She didn't want to leave a stingy and jealous impression in her lover's heart, especially in front of other competitors. However, she couldn't change her expression so quickly if she wanted to immediately greet him with a smile. For a moment, she couldn't help but stare blankly. Just when the atmosphere in the room was a little awkward, a sudden noise came from outside, followed by a sharp voice, "An imperial edict." Song Qingshu was startled. He chose Jitan Temple because it was considered a half-forgotten place. Now that Li Liangzhuo was so busy, why would he still give an imperial edict to this place? "Big brother Song, big sister Nancian, you two go hide in the back." Mu Wanqing finally recovered and hurriedly said to the two, "Thank you, little sister Wanqing." The two girls finally struck up a conversation, but it was unknown how much genuine affection they had for each other when they called each other big sister. After the two of them hid, Mu Wanqing and Qin Hongmian tidied up their appearance to welcome the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict. Chapter 1770. Mu Wanqing originally thought that this imperial edict was for her mother, Qin Hongmian, so she followed her to receive the edict without any preparation. She even thought that the new emperor was going to grant amnesty to the world, so that the Mu family could see the light of day again. Who would have thought that it would be such heavy news? In the inner room, Song Qingshu was also dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The problem with Yelu Nancian hasn't been dealt with yet, and now there's a problem with Mu Wanqing? If it's not the princess, then it's the crown princess, then it's the empress. I'm really fated with these terms. The eunuch saw Mu Wanqing standing there with her mouth open, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a fairy-like girl. I've never seen such a beautiful girl in so many years in the palace. No wonder the first thing the new emperor did was to confer the title of empress on her. Your Highness, hurry up and receive the edict, the eunuch said with a smile. Mu Wanqing raised her eyebrows and snorted. I don't want to be the empress. Whoever wants to be can be it. The eunuch's smile instantly froze on his face. It should be known that the whole family would celebrate if a woman could enter the palace to be a concubine, let alone become the empress. The other side's reaction was beyond his imagination, and he didn't know how to react for a moment. It was Qin Hongmian who reacted first. She pulled Mu Wanqing. Wan, don't mess around, Mu Wanqing immediately objected. Mother, Qin Hongmian pulled her aside and whispered, Li Liangzhuo is like the sun in the sky now. If you refuse, we can leave, but what about the Mu family? Although I have no feelings for Mu Yuqi, he treats us well, and the Mu family takes care of us in many ways. How can we push them into a desperate situation because of a moment of happiness? What's more, the entire Qin family is in Xixia. Those uncles of yours have to rely on the emperor. If you marry, how will the Qin family live in the future? But Mu Wanqing glanced at the inner room. Tears welled up in her eyes. For a moment, she was completely disheartened. At this time, Song Qingshu's secret voice-sending voice drifted into her ears. Sister Wan, don't worry. Even if you become the Mongolian empress, I'll take you to a faraway place, let alone a mere empress of the western Xia country. Hearing her lover's words, only then did Mu Wanqing's incomparably chaotic heart calm down. Previously, she was in so much pain because she had to make a choice between her clan and her lover. Now that she could have the best of both worlds, she naturally had to relax a lot. Seeing her expression soften, the eunuch hurriedly stepped forward and stuffed the imperial edict into her hands. He was really worried that this lady would be so capricious that she would disobey the edict. If that happened, the Mu family and the Qin family would suffer, but as the person who passed the edict, he could not guarantee that he would not be implicated for not doing his job well. Miss Mu is the future imperial concubine. Staying in this Jietan temple is truly a grievance. His Majesty has already ordered this old servant to prepare another residence. Would Miss Mu please move? The eunuch continued. Mu Wanqing snorted. I'm not going anywhere. I think this Jietan temple is pretty good. What kind of joke was this? Older brother Song was here. If they moved to another place, who knew if it would be easy for the two of them to meet again? The eunuch hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still gave in. Since that's the case, this old servant will send people to properly clean up this Jietan temple. Someone come. He was worried that if he continued to pester her, he would anger the other party. If they ended up getting married, then that would be a big mess. Therefore, he could only follow her wishes for some insignificant matters and directly arrange for people to rearrange Jietan temple. Many thanks, Gonggong. Qin Hongmian went to send off the eunuch and stealthily stuffed a piece of jadeite into the other party's hands. The eunuch was instantly overjoyed. The previous grievance and depression he had suffered here were all swept away. Don't worry, imperial concubine. This old servant will know what to say when I return. Qin Hongmian smiled slightly. Then I really have to thank Gonggong. Although she had a fiery temper in Jianghu, she was, after all, from a large clan and was once a noble princess. She knew these official etiquettes much better than her daughter. After sending off the group of people who delivered the imperial edict and closing the door, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but stamp her feet. Mother, that damned eunuch is disgusting to look at. Why did you give him such an expensive thing? Qin Hongmian sighed faintly. Wan you're still young and don't understand the dangers of the world. As the saying goes, it's easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little demons. If you offend the emperor's personal attendants and go back to stir up trouble, there will be endless trouble. Princess is right. At this time, Song Qinshu and Yelu Nancian also walked out from the inner room. Hearing him call her princess and thinking of the situation that night, Qin Hongmian felt uncomfortable all over. If it wasn't for the fact that there were other people present, she would have most likely fled. Seeing her lover, Mu Wanqing hurriedly explained. Brother Song, I really don't want to marry that emperor, it's just, Song Qinshu nodded. Wan Mei, I know. You are worried about this clan. Are we really not fated to be together? Mu Wanqing suddenly bit her lip. How about we don't care about anything and you take me away? At the side, Qin Hongmian. No wonder everyone said that girls were extroverted, it really was so. This scene was somewhat familiar. She couldn't help but think that she had been like this in the past, but at that time, she didn't have a man like Song Qinshu to rely on. Now that you have a lover, you don't want your mother, don't want your uncles? Qin Hongmian felt that she needed to show some of the dignity of a mother. Otherwise, this little girl would really turn the sky upside down. Song Qinshu also couldn't help but laugh. He stroked Mu Wanqing's hair and comforted her. Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think. If you don't believe me, look at Nancian Mei. She was the crown princess before and had to shoulder the fate of 2 countries. The pressure she faced was greater than yours. Didn't I also take her out of the abyss of suffering? Seeing the other being so intimate with her daughter in front of her, Qin Hongmian opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. At the side, Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Yelu Nansien had originally felt a bit uncomfortable because of her previous attitude, but seeing her like this, she couldn't help but think of her own situation in the past. She couldn't help but sympathize with her, so she roughly explained the matter of her marriage. Hearing the shocking turn of events, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but admire her. Jie, you are really brave. If it was me, I probably wouldn't have done as well as you. Although she had been jealous before, compared to the current situation, that little bit of jealousy was nothing. Everyone could be said to be united against a common enemy, so the previous misunderstanding was naturally resolved. Yelu Nansien smiled sweetly. That's because I know that Song Dage will protect me. No matter what danger I encounter, he will appear by my side. Naturally, I have more confidence, so you don't have to be afraid. Song Dage will definitely have a way to help you. Really, Song Dage? Mu Wanqing looked expectantly at her sweetheart. Even though she knew that he was very capable, but this wasn't a common marriage. The other was the ruler of a country. If she let the empress be taken by another man, how could he let it go? Chapter 1771. Qin Hongmian sighed faintly. She was just like Wan in the past. Unfortunately, she had no one to rely on at that time. Duan Jingchun didn't know how much pressure he was under at that time, but even if he knew, he would probably just stand by and watch. In the early years, she was still a bit naive, but these years in the top families of Xixia, she was imperceptibly exposed to all kinds of conspiracies and plots. In fact, she already understood why Duan Jingchun dared not take a concubine, but she was not willing to believe it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sad. On the other hand, seeing that her daughter didn't rely on the wrong person like herself, she was also somewhat gratified. But the other party is His Majesty, Mu Wanqing said worriedly. Although Li Longzhua hadn't officially ascended the throne, Li Yuanhao and the crown prince were dead, Li Qianshun was under house arrest, and the Tai Fei was seriously injured and fled without a trace. Everyone already regarded him as the emperor. What about His Majesty? Song Qingshu gestured to Yelu Nansien. Before, it wasn't only the crown prince who was pestering her, but also His Majesty. Song Dage, after all, this wasn't something to be proud of. Yelu Nanxian's face was full of embarrassment. Qin Hongmian said in surprise, so the rumors are true. Although the palace could block the news, there were still all kinds of rumors. If she was the Tiandu Wangfei in the past, she would naturally know first-hand news. But now that she was under house arrest in Jietan Temple, the news wasn't so well informed. That was why she was so surprised when she confirmed it. Yelu Nansien blushed and told the whole story in a low voice, making Qin Hongmian indignant. Men really aren't good, they even want to steal their daughter-in-law, who is prettier. Mu Wanqing, who had been instilled with similar ideas by her mother since childhood, also agreed. That's right, men aren't good. For some reason, as soon as she finished speaking, the three women looked at Song Qingshu at the side. Song Qingshu's hair stood on end from being stared at. He coughed to hide his embarrassment. You guys talk slowly, I'm going out to inquire about the news. After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to ask him to stay, and almost disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Besides, Yelu Nansien had been feeling awkward staying here alone. She wanted to call out to him, but he was nowhere to be seen. However, thinking of his guilty expression, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Coincidentally, Mu Wanqing, who was at the side, also laughed at the same time. The two women looked at each other in astonishment and couldn't help but smile. After the storm just now, the two women had long since let bygones be bygones. After all, it could only be considered as internal trouble between them, which was a small matter. Now, external trouble was the most important matter. After Song Qingshu left Jietan Temple, he made some inquiries in the city and had a vague idea of what was going on. Originally, when Li Yuanhao and the others had just died, there was going to be a grand funeral in the country. But soon, a court official suggested that the country could not be without a ruler for a day, and advised Li Liangzhua to ascend the throne for the sake of the country's interests. Li Liangzhua speculated again and again, but in the end, he could not refuse and ascended the throne. The method of persuasion has always been like this since ancient times. Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. The court officials of all dynasties loved to do this kind of thing with little capital but great profit. After all, compared to founding the country with the emperor, fighting for the country with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it was too risky. But it was different in times of peace. Those who were persuaded to ascend the throne would also have the merit of supporting the emperor. At least for 3 generations they could enjoy unlimited glory, so naturally they would rush to do it. However, not just anyone could persuade them to ascend the throne. Usually, it was the new emperor's trusted aides or people with prestige. This time, the persuaders were led by Gao Huaichang and Mao Weijing. Both of them were people who firmly stood on Li Liangzhua's side during the coup. But there was another person who surprised Song Qingshu, Qin Shi. No wonder the Qin family would betray the crown prince and side with Li Liangzhua. It turned out that they had already made an exchange of benefit. The reason why Li Liangzhua chose Mu Wanqing as his empress was not just because of her stunning beauty, but also because he wanted to return the favor and draw the Qin family to his side. In addition, Mu Wanqing was nominally a daughter of the Mu family. Although the Mu brothers were dead, the Mu family controlled half of the Western Xia's army back then. Apart from these court officials, Li Liangzhua still had the great general Helian Taishu under his command, as well as the Class 1 Hall, which was led by Duan Yanqing, the Imperial Guards, which was led by Li Yenzong, Murong Fu, the Heavenly Mountain Maiden's Spirit Vulture Palace, the people from the 36 islands and 72 caves, and the experts of the Kongtong sect. All of them were a powerful force. Sigh, it's really difficult now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but complain that Li Yuanhao, Li Qiushui, and Crown Prince Ning were all useless teammates. Not only were they defeated by Li Liangzhua, but they also didn't cause any damage to his core forces. Now, he had to face his terrifying network of forces alone. There was really a great disparity between him and his enemy. Of course, if the real forces behind Song Qingshu were taken into account, Li Liangzhua's current strength was not worth mentioning. But the problem was that those forces couldn't be used openly. This is a double-edged sword. Taking a shortcut to seize power means that the foundation is not so stable. Song Qingshu sighed secretly. He didn't know when he could completely turn the forces under his command into his own. After strolling for a while, he came to the vicinity of the Xixia Imperial Palace. An idea came to Song Qingshu's mind and he decided to enter the palace to have a look. Last time, he only had time to rescue Li Qiushui. This time, he might as well seize the opportunity to rescue Li Qianshun and Li Qinglu. At that time, he could also make Li Liangzhua suffer a lot. He captured a guard in the imperial palace and asked him where the two were imprisoned. Then, he knocked the guard unconscious and rushed to Li Qianshun's place. Although he had a better impression of Meng Gu, 1 Li Qianshun was more useful than 10 Li Qinglu in this kind of struggle between the imperial court and the common people. But to his surprise, when he arrived at the place where Li Qianshun was imprisoned, he found that the place was empty. Not to mention Li Qianshun, even the guards were few. Strange. Song Qingshu knitted his brows and hurried to the place where Li Qinglu was imprisoned. What made him heave a sigh of relief was that the courtyard where Li Qinglu was imprisoned was heavily guarded. It was obvious that she was still imprisoned there. Although there were layers of guards, it was not a problem for Song Qingshu. He quickly found a gap and sneaked in. At this time, Li Qinglu was sitting on the window. Her figure was delicate and graceful. Although her face was covered, one could still sense her distress from her slightly knitted eyebrows. She was gazing into the distance as if she was yearning for the air outside. Song Qingshu was about to show himself. Suddenly, He felt a jolt in his heart and continued to hide. Before long, Li Qinglu slowly said, "What are you doing here?" At this time, the door was pushed open and Li Yenzong slowly walked in. He waved his hand to the guards behind him and motioned them to leave. "Your Excellency Li, I'm afraid this is against the rules," several guards said with an embarrassed look on their faces. "Why? Can't I order you?" Li Yenzong snorted coldly. He slammed his palm on the pillar beside him and made a handprint on it. The guards looked at each other in dismay and finally retreated. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. I thought you would be a high-ranking official with a generous salary. In the end, you can't even command a few ordinary soldiers," Li Qinglu said sarcastically. Li Yenzong's face darkened. "Princess, you don't need to worry. Why did you ask me to come here?" Li Qinglu smiled slightly. "Originally, I only had a 30% chance of persuading you. But after seeing the situation just now, I am now 100% confident." Song Qingshu's heart moved. It seemed that Li Qinglu had some kind of plan. He just didn't know what it was. "Tell me." Li Yenzong snorted. He was worried that he would be ambushed by a trap. He leaned against the door and didn't enter. Chapter 1772. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, had a strange look on his face when he heard this. He thought that others might have different answers if they asked this question, but Murong Fu had always dreamed of becoming the emperor. Li Yenzong's heart skipped a beat. He thought that she had found out his secret. He suppressed the turbulence in his heart and said calmly, "Princess, you must be joking." Li Qinglu gave him a deep look and said, "You only need to answer me if you want to or not." Li Yenzong opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything in the end. Li Qinglu smiled confidently and said, "You don't have to answer. I can already see the answer from your expression." Li Yenzong was a little angry that his thoughts were exposed. He said, "Princess, why do you have to deliberately tease me? How can I become the emperor?" "Why not?" Li Qinglu said with hatred. "Now that the former emperor has passed away, the crown prince is dead, and my father has been secretly executed. As long as the truth of King Yi's conspiracy is exposed, you will naturally have the chance to become the emperor." Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. Li Qianshun was killed? But on second thought, it was normal. After all, Li Liangzhou would not leave such a direct competitor for the throne. If it were another ambitious person, he would most likely kill him. Li Yenzong said in a deep voice, "You know about it?" Li Qinglu sneered and said, "If you don't want people to know about it, don't do it. Isn't it obvious enough that my father's guards have been withdrawn? I think the news of him dying of a sudden illness or committing suicide will spread soon." She said all this in a very calm tone, but the more she said so, the more he could feel her hatred. Li Yenzong's expression was a little unnatural. He didn't want to continue talking about Li Qianshun. He coughed and changed the topic. "Even if Li Liangzhou is defeated, there are still many princes in Lingzhou City. How can an outsider inherit the throne?" As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. He felt that he was really crazy. He actually discussed the possibility of inheriting the throne with her. Could it be that his obsession to revive the Yan kingdom had really gone crazy? But Li Qinglu's next words instantly evoked his thoughts. "Who said you are an outsider? What do you mean?" Li Yenzong had a guess in his heart, and his heartbeat quickened. Li Qinglu explained, "I can recruit you as my son-in-law, and you will be a member of the royal family. After defeating Li Lang, it will be inconvenient for a girl like me to inherit the throne. Coincidentally, your surname is also Li, so I can fabricate an identity for you as a distant relative, and it will not be impossible for you to inherit the throne." Li Yenzong's eyes instantly lit up. Although the other party made it sound simple, after careful consideration, he felt that it was indeed feasible. It was even closer to the throne than when he was in Sichuan. However, he didn't let it get to his head. He quickly calmed down. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do you need me to do? Li Qinglu also stopped smiling. Of course it's to get Li Longzhua off the stage. Li Yanzong laughed. Now that Li Longzhua's forces are powerful, you want me to help you with an empty promise? Are you naive or am I stupid? Li Qinglu didn't get angry. She continued, Li Longzhua's core forces, Gao Huaichang and the others are civil officials, so they can be ignored in the chaos. Helian Taishu, Duan Yanqing, and the others surrendered to him midway. Since they surrendered to him for benefits, they can naturally betray him for benefits in the future. The rest are the Kongtong sect and the Vulture Palace. Kongtong sect is nothing to be afraid of, but the Vulture Palace is a bit tricky. Li Yanzong chuckled. Heaven Mountain Tonglau's martial arts is so high that it's rare in the world. Even two of me can't beat her, not to mention that she has so many masters under her command. It's like throwing an egg against a rock to deal with them. Li Qinglu answered calmly, Heaven Mountain Tonglao has a large number of people under her control, but it's a double-edged sword. These people have long been dissatisfied with Heaven Mountain Tonglao using the life and death talisman to control them, so they've always wanted to rebel. What they lack now is an opportunity. Li Yanzong sneered. Heaven Mountain Tonglao's martial arts are so high that those mobs can't do anything even if they're dissatisfied. But what if Heaven Mountain Tonglao's martial arts suddenly isn't good? Li Qinglu suddenly said. Li Yanzong was surprised. What do you mean? Li Qinglu paced slowly as she explained a secret. The kung fu that Heavenly Mountain Tonglao practiced is called the 8 Desolations and 6 Directions Supremacy Kung Fu. Although it's powerful, it has a fatal flaw, which is that it will rejuvenate every 30 years. Isn't it good to regain your youth? Li Yanzong was very surprised. His family had a long history of learning, but he still hadn't heard of this martial art. However, there was a martial arts that could make people regain their youth in this world. How was it different from magic arts? It's indeed good to regain youth, but what if her martial arts also returned to when she was a girl? Li Qinglu showed a trace of a smile. Originally, the old princess predicted that she would lose her martial arts in the near future. Originally, she planned to find her at the Vulture Palace when she was free. I didn't expect that she would make the first move. But according to the time, she should lose her martial arts in a few days. In the dark, Song Qingshu was stunned. No wonder Heaven Mountain Tonglao looked so young and even lowly when he saw her last time. It turned out that she already had a sign of losing her martial arts. As long as you seize this opportunity to get rid of Heaven Mountain Tonglao and control the Vulture Palace, Li Longzhua will lose one of his hands. At that time, you will be the new emperor of Xixia. Li Qinglu continued to tempt him. Even if you fail, the Vulture Palace will be enough for you to dominate the martial arts world. This time, Li Yanzong was really tempted. He was originally unwilling to be under someone else. Relying on Li Longzhua was just an expedient measure. Now that he had the chance to aspire to the throne, the blood in his body began to boil. Noticing his expression, Li Qinglu knew that he had been persuaded. She continued, although there are many people in the 36 islands and 72 caves, there are a few leaders. Among them, Boss Wu and Duanmu Yuan are the leaders. As long as you contact them, I believe that with your reputation as Murong of Gusu, you will definitely become their leader. Li Yanzong frowned and said, after the last coup, the people of the Vulture Palace all disappeared. And I don't know Boss Wu, Duanmu Yuan and the others at all. How can I contact them? Li Qinglu thought for a while and continued, you can go to Jietan Temple and rescue Mu Gaofeng from the Mu family. He and Duanmu Yuan used to be sworn brothers. With his help, you will naturally be able to find Duanmu Yuan and contact those island masters and cave masters. Mu Gaofeng? Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, recalled that it was Mu Gaofeng who brought Mu Wanqing back to Xixia in Jiangnan. Mu Gaofeng could be considered as her uncle or something. At that time, she even misunderstood that he was the one who kidnapped Mu Wanqing. Li Yenzong obviously remembered this past. I know Mu Gaofeng. We met once before. Alright, I will go to Jietan Temple. But don't go back on your promise in the future. There was a hint of bitterness in Li Qinglu's smile. Don't worry. Although I am not a man of character, I understand that a promise cannot be taken back. Chapter 1773. Song Qingshu hesitated, but in the end, he didn't show himself to meet Li Qinglu, choosing to follow Li Yenzong instead. After all, Yelu Nanxian, Mu Wanqing, and the others were still at Jietan Temple. If Li Yenzong discovered anything, it would be troublesome. Although Yelu Nanxian's martial arts allowed her to protect herself, he didn't want to take any risk. After Li Yenzong left the palace, he quickly reverted to Murong Fu's appearance. Obviously, he knew the risk this time was high and didn't want his hard-earned identity to be exposed. Along the way, he was very careful, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes circling around to make sure no one noticed him. But for some reason, even though he confirmed several times that there was no one behind him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being followed. Far behind him, Song Qingshu secretly frowned. He believed that with Murong Fu's martial arts, he wouldn't be able to discover him in his current state. Yet, he seemed to have a feeling that he was being followed. It seemed like the sixth sense was really amazing. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to follow him anymore to avoid any unforeseen event. Since he knew his destination was Jietan Temple, he'd just wait for him there. Having made up his mind, he used his qinggong to rush towards Jietan Temple. His qinggong was far superior to Murong Fu's, allowing him to reach his destination ahead of time. First, he briefly explained the situation to Yelu Nanxian and Mu Wanqing. When they heard about Li Qinglu's plan, they were all amazed. She really is a heroine. Yelu Nanxian had fought with her before and originally held some grudges, but now that she was able to think of a way to fight back in this desperate situation, she couldn't help but admire her. Brother Song, what do you plan to do next? Help Li Qinglu or? Mu Wanqing originally wanted to say help Li Qinglu or Li Liangzhua, but when she remembered her engagement, she immediately understood. How could she help Li Liangzhua? Of course I'll help Li Qinglu, but I need to learn from last time's lesson. I can't let Murong Fu take advantage of me. Song Qingshu had a strange look in his eyes. Pulling the two girls over, he roughly explained his plan. After listening, the two girls were surprised. Although it's hard to believe, with your abilities, it's a good plan. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Although it's hard to believe, with your abilities, it's a good plan. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Don't worry, we'll take care of ourselves. Song Qingshu nodded and pulled Mu Wanqing along to look for Mu Gaofeng. With her directions, it didn't take them long to find their target. Mu Gaofeng obviously did not expect that his niece would bring a young man to find him. Just as he was about to ask about the other party's identity, Mu Wanqing had already asked a series of questions in rapid succession. Although Mu Gaofeng had a bad reputation in Jianghu, he still doted on his niece. He subconsciously answered her question. I met Duanmu Yuan a few days ago. He said that he had something big planned and invited me to help him. However, before I could leave, something happened to your father and the others, and we've been put under house arrest here. Did you agree on a place to meet? Mu's mother asked. I think it's Lone Dragon Peak, 100 miles west of Lingzhou City. Gao. Mu's mother gave Song Qingshu a look, then pulled Gao Feng to the back garden of Jietan Temple. Now that she was the future empress, who would dare to stop her? After the two of them left, Song Qingshu quickly took action. He rummaged through Mu Gaofeng's clothes and quickly began to disguise himself. All the steps could be said to be extremely fast. Soon, a brand new Mu Gaofeng appeared in the mirror. Of course, because there was too little time, the completion rate of this disguise could not be compared to before. There were still many flaws, and people familiar with him could easily see that there was a problem. However, Murong Fu and Mu Gaofeng had only met once in a restaurant in Jiangnan, so they were definitely not among the people who could see through it. Not long after he finished, Murong Fu's voice came from outside the window. Northern Ming Camel Gaofeng. Is Mr. Mu inside? Originally, with his lightness skill, even if he was not as good as Song Qingshu, the difference would not be so exaggerated. The main reason was that he was too paranoid. After taking a few detours and confirming that there was no one following him, he hurried to Jeton Temple, giving Song Qingshu time to prepare. Song Qingshu coughed twice and imitated Gao Feng's voice, saying, "Which scoundrel is hiding in the shadows?" When Murong Fu heard the word scoundrel, he was secretly angry. However, now that he needed the other party's help, it was not good for him to lose his temper. He could only suppress his temper. "I am Gusu's Murong Fu. Greetings, Mr. Mu." Song Qingshu deliberately pretended to be shocked, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. He walked over and opened the door. "So it really is Prince Murong." Murong Fu was startled. Only then did he remember that the two of them had met once in Jiangnan. He could not help but laugh. "Mr. Mu is still as graceful as ever." Song Qingshu imitated Gao Feng's voice and laughed. "Prince Murong, you are talking nonsense. How can an old hunchback like me be graceful?" This was also what made him the most depressed. Normally, there would be a problem with changing one's appearance. However, this was not a problem for him. With his current skills, he could learn any bone-shrinking skill without a teacher. However, in the past, there was not much difference. Unlike Gao Feng, who was short and hunchbacked, it was really difficult to learn. Even if he tried his best to change his body shape, it was difficult for him to be as thin as Gao Feng. He could only deliberately bend his waist and stuff a small basin on his back to act like a hunchback. Only then could he barely conform to the other's physiological characteristic. However, it was extremely uncomfortable to keep his back bent like this. "I wonder why Prince Murong is looking for me?" Song Qingshu asked, even though he already knew the answer. Murong Fu originally thought that this Mu Gaofeng was too ignorant. Even though he was a prisoner, he still dared to be so rude to him. Now that he heard Mu Gaofeng ask about the main topic, he did not have the time to be angry. He roughly explained the purpose of his visit. Song Qingshu hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Tianshan Tonglau's martial arts are unfathomable. She never needs to use a second move to kill people. Are you tired of living to get involved in this mess?" He was worried that Murong Fu would notice something wrong, so he deliberately declined. Murong Fu hurriedly said, "Tianshan Tonglao is no longer the Tonglao she used to be. The martial arts she practices will rejuvenate every 30 years. Each time, her martial arts will dissipate. This is when she is at her weakest." "Really?" Song Qingshu pretended to be overjoyed. Murong Fu snorted and said, "My Murong family is somewhat famous in the martial arts world. If we want to pay her back in her own coin, we must first be well-versed in all kinds of martial arts. Naturally, we know the flaws of her martial arts." Although he said so, he was a little embarrassed in his heart. After all, he had never heard of the 8 Desolations and 6 Directions martial arts. Perhaps only Cousin Wang would know. Naturally, Song Qingshu knew that he was boasting, but he cooperated and said, "I naturally trust the Murong family's golden name." No wonder Duan Muyuan mentioned that he was planning something big. "Oh really?" Murong Fu was overjoyed. Song Qingshu nodded and said, "He also invited me to a certain place to help. Unfortunately, when I was about to leave, the Mu family was in trouble." Chapter 1774. Song Qingshu showed a strange expression. "Only the old hunchback knows about that place." Then, he smiled and said nothing. Morong Fu naturally understood what he meant and immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Mu. I'm here to save you from Jietan Temple. When the time comes, we'll contact Duanmu Yuan and the others and destroy the Heavenly Mountain Maiden." Song Qingshu then said, "Prince Morong is indeed a straightforward person. If we can get the famous Prince Morong's help, we will definitely succeed. When the time comes, the masters of the 36 islands and 72 grottos will definitely remember Mr. Mu's great kindness. If there's anything you need in the future, we will definitely go through fire and water to help you." This just happened to scratch Morong Fu's itch. He did so much for the sake of reviving his country in the future. Although there were good and bad people in the 36 islands and 72 grottos, there were still a lot of people with special abilities. They were a force that should not be underestimated, and they might even be of help to his great cause. Soon, Morong Fu left Jietan Temple with Mu Gaofeng. The security at Jietan Temple was not that tight, and naturally, they could not stop him. After leaving Jietan Temple, Morong Fu could not help but ask, "Where should we go next? Let's get out of Lingzhou City first." Song Qingshu thought to himself. Although Mu Gaofeng had told him something, Duanmu Yuan and the others might not still be there. But since things had come to this, he could only try his luck. What about now? Lingzhou City was currently heavily guarded, but with such a big city, there would always be a chance to sneak out. After leaving the city, Morong Fu asked again. He always felt that Mu Gaofeng was not straightforward enough, but he could not help it since he had a request. "Let's head west. Lone Dragon Peak is about 100 miles away." Song Qingshu did not test Morong Fu's patience anymore, lest they had a conflict and waste time. Morong Fu nodded. He had been lurking in Class 1 Hall of Western Xia for many years, and he was quite familiar with the surrounding terrain. He knew that Lone Dragon Peak was a rather dangerous place, and it was the most suitable place for people to kill and steal. Western Xia's Lingzhou was a horse-producing area, and as long as they did not buy it on a large scale and send it to the southern Song dynasty, no one would care. The two easily bought 2 fine horses and headed west. Several hours later, the curtain of night fell. The two of them found that the mountain path had become more and more rugged. So, they left the horses behind and switched to walking on foot. Both of them were experts in Jianghu, so it was not a problem for them. However, they noticed that the weeds on both sides of the path were growing longer as they walked. Song Qingshu frowned and said, "I'm afraid we've taken the wrong path. The turn ahead is most likely incorrect." He was not familiar with Xixia's territory, so he had no confidence in his heart. Morong Fu also frowned. Although he knew about Lone Dragon Peak, he had never been here. For a moment, he did not know whether they had gone the wrong way or not. "Let's find a cave or a broken temple and sleep for the night. We'll find another way tomorrow when we can see better." Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. He thought, "If I'm with your cousin, Miss Wang, I don't mind sleeping in the wild. But now we're 2 men, it's really weird." Morong Fu had not experienced the baptism of gay culture in the later generations, so he did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he might immediately draw his sword against him. He thought that his lightness skill was better than Mu Gaofeng's, so he automatically ran out to find a shelter. The road was rugged, and there was no cave or broken temple. After running for several miles in one breath and turning a hill, he suddenly saw a light in the valley on the right. Morong Fu was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, "Mr. Mu, there's a house here." Hearing his voice, Song Qingshu rushed over. He looked from a distance and said, "Unexpectedly, there's a house in this desolate area. I'm afraid they're not good people." Morong Fu laughed aloud. "Mr. Mu is worrying too much. It looks like they are just a hunter or a farmer. Besides, with our martial arts skills, we don't need to be afraid of anything." His words were deliberately trying to put gold on Mu Gaofeng's face. Although Mu Gaofeng was known as the bright camel of the northern frontier, his martial arts skill could only be considered second-rate in Jianghu. How could he be compared to their Murong family? Naturally, Song Qingshu understood his intention. While exchanging some pleasantries with him, he walked briskly toward the light. The light was quite far away. Even after walking for a while, it was still flickering. They could not see the house clearly. Murong Fu frowned and said, "This light is a bit strange." Actually, Song Qingshu had already seen what was going on. "Just in time," he said. "Hold on, Prince Murong. Look, it's a green light." Murong Fu focused his gaze and saw that the light was emitting a green glow. It was different from the usual dark red or dusky yellow light. He quickened his pace and walked another mile towards the green light. He could see it even more clearly. Instead of being surprised, he said happily, "Could it be that this is the gathering place for the people of the 36 islands and 72 caves?" Suddenly, a faint voice flew over. "Who is this little b** starred? How did he know that we are gathering here? Could it be that the news was leaked?" The voice fluctuated between high and low, intermittent and continuous. It was extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears, but every word could be heard clearly. However, at this moment, his tone was filled with fear. Murong Fu grunted. He came in a hurry, and before he could even see the person in question, he was called a little b** starred by some random cat or dog. Naturally, he was a bit angry. From the voice, he could tell that the person who spoke was not weak in terms of internal energy. However, it was not necessarily first-rate martial arts. The purpose of this trip was to subdue the people of the 36 islands and 72 caves for his own use. If he did not show them what he was capable of, how would these people who lived on the edge of a knife be willing to listen to him? Thus, he exhaled and shouted, "Little b** starred, who are you talking about?" Although he did not know the lion's roar, his voice was mixed with an extremely high level of internal energy. His voice shook the valley, everyone's ears were ringing loudly, and then they heard a miserable cry, "Ah!" coming from the green light. In the silent night, Murong Fu's who lingered in the air. Along with the scream, it made everyone's hair stand on end. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Though Murong Fu had been defeated many times by the best of the best, in the entire Jianghu, he was still at the top of the pyramid. Based on the person's scream, his injuries were not light. Perhaps he was already dead. The person's scream was about to stop, but there was a chi sound. A green fire arrow was shot into the sky and exploded, turning half of the sky green. Murong Fu wanted to show his power, so he did not explain. He rushed towards the direction of the green light. Then, he heard two shouts. It was obvious that Mu Gaofeng had started fighting with someone. Then, in the dim light of the green fire, 3 black shadows flew up and crashed into the mountain wall. It was obvious that Mu Gaofeng had finished them off cleanly. Murong Fu was secretly surprised. He had underestimated this damned hunchback. He did not expect his martial arts to be this high. The two of them ran to the green light and saw a bronze cauldron in front of them. An old man lay beside the bronze cauldron. There was smoke rising from the cauldron. It was as thin as a thread but as straight as an arrow. There was a Sang character carved on the foot of the cauldron. It was formed by a few small snakes and centipede. It was copper green and looked like an antique. Song Qingshu said, "It's the Sang Tu Gong of Western Chuan's Jade Phosphor Cave." Murong Fu looked at him in surprise. Mr. Mu is indeed knowledgeable. He was known to be knowledgeable, but he did not know anything about this Sang Tu Gong. However, he did not suspect anything. He only thought that Mu Gaofeng had traveled to the west and was more familiar with the martial artists here. Song Qingshu smiled. Though his martial arts were high, he was not as knowledgeable as Wang Yuyan. The reason he knew the other party's identity was because he had read the original work. This mark was too obvious. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.